All right, folks. It is 8 o'clock p.m. Y'all know what time it is. It is Earl Grey Tuesday, and it's me. It's that VINCE. How you doing today, folks? I've been having a slow week, with the exception of the grocery store. Haven't had anything come in for the most part for other things. And of course, I still have one site that's actually suspended from Google, just like RX Muscle is suspended for a week. But yes, we're going to play some Greg Doucette videos. It seems as though he has a hard-on for Sam Sulik. Orc Massage, you're not Vegan Gains. You're not my cousin. Shut up. But hope you're doing well today. Hey, JV, Hazen. Hope you guys are ready for 4 hours. By the way, folks, I just want to let you know there will be another live stream tomorrow, okay? It may be just for an hour or so, but we will have a live stream tomorrow as well, okay? I got to take care of something. I've only told a couple people, Pugman, a few other folks. But stay tuned tomorrow. I'll have a time. It's just whenever everything happens, basically. But there will be another live stream tomorrow, folks. Well, the thing about it is that Greg is just trying to get views. Just like Collie Muscle's trying to get views, eating watermelon or so forth. The truth of the matter is YouTube doesn't make much money, you know. I think I'm like at $50 now or something. My week's actually been better, and part of it is because of the ad blocking software that's all around the place. Well, that's a general rule everyone decided on, but ultimately I'll make the decision depending on its actual relevance. In other words, if it's minty, we'll play it. If not, we'll only keep to the rule as far as only playing one Sean G video a live stream. Well, Sulik is getting a lot of views. I mean, he has over 1 million subscribers now. I mean, that's 3 times as much as Richard has. And Richard's had his channel for what, 7, 8 years or so? I mean, it's crazy. Well, that guy, why should he acknowledge people? You know? He is an athlete. He's a bodybuilder. I mean, look at Big Ramy. He was Mr. Olympia, and you could hardly get a word out of that motherfucker, you know? Yeah, not me. If I put someone's name in the title, like the one I did on Logan Paul, it's going to be related to Logan Paul, you know? What did I do to you, Ben? Just tell me what. Ian has his moments, and right now he's just having one of his psychoses. Eventually he'll kick out of it. And then he'll go through it again. He has some serious mental issues, you know. Someone needs to also get a conservatorship on him. His parents, they need to get a conservatorship on him immediately, or do something. Because he's in a position where he can't simply function on his own. There's a lot of coaches out there, but I wouldn't sleep with any of them. Well, the growth of his channel is simply because he's like Dallas McCarver, you know. I mean, his personality is a dead ringer for Dallas McCarver. I mean, there are differences, but I mean, when I look at Sam Sulek and hear him and stuff, it sort of reminds me of Dallas and and stuff. That's what I think it is. That guy, not really. I mean, you can't downsize facial impressions. Well, as far as clout chasing is concerned, it's just part of entertainment. It's part of the industry. These people that depend on social media for their livelihood, that's. You never spoke with Dallas before, I guess. He had a lot of personality. I mean, you obviously you've never met the man in person, and I'm only just taking an educated guess as far as to why they like Sam Sulek. But both of them have very similar personalities. I mean, like I said, there are some distinct differences between Dallas and Sam Sulek. But when I look at Sam Sulek and I hear him talk and his mannerisms and stuff, it is a lot of them are similar to Dallas. No, he doesn't. He definitely is no Rich Piana. I would coach him on his posing. His posing is kind of horrible. I mean, it isn't bad per se. Well, actually, it is kind of horrible. It's not the worst that I've seen. It's just that a lot of his poses that he does is not meant for a physique such as his. He needs to learn how to pose more powerfully instead of aesthetically. In fact, I mean, I would honestly say he's putting too much work in his posing when he really doesn't need to. His posing needs to be improved, but it also needs to be simplified. I mean, Sam Sulek's a big guy, but he ain't no Bob Paris or anything. You know what I'm saying? He ain't no Bob Paris. If he gets on stage, he's never going to compete elegantly. He needs to pose like Branch Warren. He needs to pose like Rami. He needs to pose like Nasir and stuff. He needs to pose big. Well, it's not really charisma. It's just their mannerisms and, the way they talk and everything. Yeah, there will never be another Rich Piata. Ever. Well, a lot of athletes do car talks. I used to do car talks too. I mean, whenever I started my channel, if you look at the, first 200 videos, most of them were in my car. And on occasion, I will do a car chat. The reason why I did so many car chats is because I did my videos on my lunch break from Verizon. That's when I did most of them because I didn't have time to do anything else. But folks, tonight I have a Gurkha Hudson Bay. I don't have Earl Grey again. Like I said, I'm probably going to change the name of this live stream to something else. I actually poured myself a gin and tonic. And I got crispy water. So folks, in the comments below, tell me what you are drinking and what you are smoking tonight. Tell me. Oh, you ought to train with Richard. You should ask him, Justin, if your gym is about 30-minute drive away from his house. If you do that, get some film. I don't know if Doucette's going to tickle the pickle or not. You never know. The pickle has to be out of the jar in order to tickle it, and stuff. But you got to be careful because some of the pickle juices will splash all over your face, if you're not too careful. But that remains to be seen. Well, that's nice to hear, Orc Massage. Oh, man. Sorry about the scapula there, KCB. Yeah, you better not be drinking anything. Well, the Jack Daniels is okay, but get rid of those Pall Malls. Those things are emphysema express. That's a pretty harsh cigarette. You're fine. You can get a drink later. Drinking Gatorade? You ought to drink some 7-Up, actually, instead of Gatorade. That's better. But I could see how you're drinking Gatorade in order to keep hydrated. It isn't that, KCB. Sam Sulek is a hot subject right now. And anyone that talks about Sam Sulek is going to get views. Except me, of course. I think I did one Sam Sulek video. I didn't get much of anything out of it. Which is to be expected. Because I'm blacklisted. I think I've answered this before. I would not date Doucette. We used to be friends and everything like that. Good friends, but, I don't know. I need to go at the next expo he goes to. I just need to have a talk with him and see just what happened. He's not the person I used to know, Or the person I actually met before, How many videos? Let's see how many videos he has made. I'm not sure, really. That's a good question. Whoops. Let's see, Greg Doucette. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, a lot. He's also making a couple about Alex Eubank. Or Eubanks. I wonder what happened to Kevin Eubanks from The Tonight Show. That guy can play some mean soul music, that's for sure. I've met Doucette before. This was a very long time ago, even before he was in YouTube. I've not met him. I've not spoken to him as far as actually face to face in over a decade. Probably longer than that. It was when he was competing in the Musclemania shows there. In that particular league. It was actually still whenever I was competing in natural shows. Who is McCuck? Who is McCuck? That is a good question. He's just someone that rants and raves about me or anyone else that's around in the Genoverse. He's in the Genoverse somewhere, probably in the Porta-John or something, but yeah. I know Hemingway doesn't like me because of that. I played those recordings that he had, but, those were public domain, and stuff, so he needs to get over it. Just imagine all the material that's out on me, the 2004 Metrolina and stuff like that. Get the freak over it. Seriously. Yeah, the Ruby recordings were gold. I had the other, I mean, I wish I could have played the other material. But I can't. And I don't even know where it's at now. I think it's on another computer. Those files are on another computer. But no, I would get into a bunch of serious legal trouble if I played those videos or played the recordings. Yeah, if anyone that's accused of murder, I wouldn't hang around them, you know. Or someone that has been convicted of robbery, armed robbery, strong arm robbery, credit card fraud, you know. I ain't gonna say her name, you know. Credit card fraud is something you really have to watch out for because if she's gonna do it to someone else there that she doesn't know, she'll definitely do it to someone that she knows, you know. You got to stay away from whores like that. Look, JV, let me put it to you this way. Did anyone remember the O.J. Simpson trial? Do you remember Johnny Cochran's statement about cockroaches and spaghetti? Would you eat spaghetti if you knew that at one time it had cockroaches in it? Would you eat the spaghetti if someone had told you that where there were cockroaches crawling around and you didn't see any cockroaches in it? Would you eat the spaghetti? It's that simple, folks. Hemingway is eating spaghetti that people have told him that there's been cockroaches in it, you know. But he's eating the spaghetti, you know. I mean, it's always innocent until proven guilty, but she can go from an accused killer to just a killer. Just keeping it real and telling it to you like it is. How much porn do I watch? As far as that's concerned, whatever's needed to get the grizzle off, you know. Now, I do it 2 times a day, you know, just like in The Wolf of Wall Street. 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening. Not done anything right now because I've been busy all day, you know, and stuff. But that's a general rule. 2 times. You know, I don't have to. I mean, it's not because I want to or have to or anything like that. It just makes me concentrate more, you know? It allows me to see the numbers better, you know what I mean? But no hentai, just regular normal porn, you know? No hentai, no tentacles or shit like that, you know? Who can watch that stuff anyway? Ew. But I think every man should jerk off 2 times a day. Non-negotiable. 2 times. If you go 4 or 5 times, well, you need then you probably need to find some other hobbies. You know what I mean? You're taking up too much time, you know. But I encourage you people to follow my advice, you know. Twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening. That's it. That's all you need, folks. All right? And look at normal stuff, not hentai or any of this other crazy stuff, you know. No, not whenever the pistol's reloaded. You don't want to keep putting more bullets in it there and shooting, you know, and stuff like that, you know. Well, that's my cousin for you, Ben. I've seen some of that stuff, and yes, it is completely disgusting. I can't see how someone can get off on that. No, I really can't. But folks, it is 8:20. Y'all know what time it is. It's time to start the show. Yes, indeed. First off, I gotta light my cigar, which is probably gonna explode on the end, so doesn't matter. Doesn't make a difference. Well, they're scheduled. I mean, twice a day is what you need, you know? I mean, I was already doing that before I saw The Wolf of Wall Street. It's more of for me, it's more of a power move rather than pleasure. It's just like I'm in control of things, you know? This is the only type Gurkha cigar that I actually like, KCB, is the Gurkha Hudson Bay. It's the only one. All right. Let's start off with this one here. Turn the sound up.
Hello there, this is Rom Wills coming back at you with yet another video. Your style game can enhance your physical appearance. Now this is very important. See, understand something. One of the main things if you're trying to attract a woman is your bait. She gotta like your appearance. Now, a lot of guys will say, well, you gotta have that square jaw, you gotta be 6'2", all of that.
What did I tell you, folks? I like this guy. I've been watching his videos. I've already watched this one. It's all about appearances and how you dress.
And even some guys who follow body games say, yeah, you got to be muscular and all that. And yeah, all that helps. But what if you're not 6'2"? What if you don't have that perfect square jaw? How is it some other guys were getting a woman? Now, this is a game learned in the streets. And it's still a lot of guys, especially in more urban neighborhoods, they still adhere to this. It's your style. It's your drip. It's how you wear your clothes. Because your style is a uniform. And what it is, see, one thing with your style, it could be a magnet or a shield. See, if you have a great body or something, you still have to draw attention to it. If you have the right clothes, the right fit, which a lot of women will say they like a man's fit, it actually enhances your physical form. But if you're wearing some clothes that are loose, it's not really showing your frame or anything, it could turn off a woman. She ain't seeing it, you know, and really just the look of it. She could be turned off just by the look of the clothes. Now, some guys will say, well, if you look good, it don't matter. Well, it still depends. And see, but here's the thing. Your style is also a reflection of your personality. And see, when a woman is looking at that, they paying attention to that. They trying to get a general idea. And in fact, it can't, like as I always say, it can be a bait. Because
first impressions are always the most important, folks.
Because it says something about you. See, I'm famous for saying a woman can suck your dick off of your shoes. Now, some guys who didn't understand that, they didn't get it, but then several women who heard the same thing, they were like, yeah, Because think about it, when a woman looks at you, she looks you up and down. In fact, some women actually said they'll start at your shoes. They looking at you up and down. They try and get an idea. How's his clothes looking? Do they match? Is he coordinated? What does it say about him? Like, I remember some women, I've known some women, they look at a guy, if he don't have a watch on, they're like, they don't have a watch on. But that's just their
What did I tell you people about watches and shoes? Huh?
nature. And we do the same thing, not to the same extent, but how many men will go crazy over that woman with those tight jeans, but ignore that woman who's wearing like those loose clothes, those sweats and stuff that don't really show her body or something? Let's just be real. What are the clothes doing? They enhancing it. And see, when we talking about style, it's not even just the clothing, but it's everything else. Like I've always said, fix your face up. You know, depending on your beard game, your beard, your mustache, how you cut your hair, all of that matters. And no matter what. See, and here's the thing though, your style, it really needs.
Justin, the purpose of a watch at this point in time is not to tell time. I use mine to tell time, and I still look at my phone, but it's a fashion piece. It's a style item, you know.
To fit whatever you're presenting, even if you're average looking. That's why I say it can enhance that. Some guys think, well, you know, I don't look good. I don't look like that model. Okay, work with what you got. Like a big one is the whole hair thing. The whole hair thing. Got a lot of guys, they going crazy because they like, you know, I'm going bald. I'm balding up here. You know, you got an industry like to try to restore men's hair, but if you're going bald, you can enhance that style by just shaving it off. And what a lot of men do, they have that bald and beard thing. That bald and beard thing, which is a legitimate style. You got a lot of guys, if the hair thinning out, they just grow that beard out. In fact, the whole beard game thing, and I ain't say it years ago, I thought it was just a fad. I did a video, I actually left it up. Somebody was like, hey, you should take it down now. No, I don't take that. I can count on my hand how many videos I've taken down. But I'm gonna stick with it because I was wrong. I didn't think beard game they think it would last, but it's big. And you know what? That's cool. I don't mind being wrong. I ain't perfect. But a lot of men, like say they don't have that like square jaw or something. You get that beard, get those cuts. You know, I was at a hair expo, natural hair expo the other day. And I'm gonna tell you what.
Now maybe this doesn't apply for white people or anything like that. But you know, at the same time, there's Telly Savalas, you know, and stuff like that. Telly Savalas, cool motherfucker, probably one of the coolest motherfuckers that ever lived. And you know what? He was bald. You know, he was bald in James Bond. He's bald for the rest of his life, and he was looking cool. If you guys are losing your hair, folks, and I like John Bravo a bunch, but sometimes it's just best to let it go, you know.
You had some guys selling products just for the beard, even some t-shirts just for the beard, but it's style. See, your style is just your overall presentation. It's your clothes, it's how you cut your hair, it's the how you take care of your skin. All of that says something. And I'm gonna tell you the beauty of style and the beauty of the style game. As I've said before when I've talked about it, you got 100% control over it. You control what you wear. Like your genetics, you can do body game and all of that, but you can only go so far with it. Or just use the bald example. Sometimes genetically you're just gonna lose, especially as you get older. Indeed, there's some younger men, they might start going bald. Shave that shit. Shave that shit. Shave that shit. If you can grow that beard out, if you can't, just say, okay, what's the best for me? All right, maybe you can't grow out that beard fully. Okay, do what you can. Do what you can. You can still fix your teeth. Do what you can. You know? You want to really fix it up. And also how you even keep your nails. Some women look at them. You know, what type of watch you wear.
I wear mostly a Movado Museum, and then I have a Orient Bambino. Those are the two main watches I usually wear, as far as style is concerned. But like I said, listen to what he's saying there. I only wish I didn't bite my nails.
What type of watch? And let me be clear, when you have, depending on the clothes, it don't have to be expensive. There's some people, they wear non-name brands and still get a woman because that's their style, because your style represents who you are. It's an extension of who you are. And yes, people are going to make a judgment and everything. Okay. As long as they make it on who you are. That's who you are. That's your style. That's how you like to wear things. Now if it's a style that it's you, but it don't seem to attract women or something, well, that's up to you to change it. You might be like, nah, I'm just looking to attract a certain type. Indeed, your style can really, because it's a uniform, it can say what social class you're in and everything. In fact, if you really get adept at it, you can look at someone's style and have a general idea about their social class, their background, their cultural mores, everything.
Now, I have to somewhat disagree with him on it, but he does bring up a really good point. Usually social classes do have a general style of dress. And the truth of the matter is, poor people actually dress more expensively. They're the ones that have all the fashion labels and stuff like that. The poor people generally wear $300 or $400 shirts, $200 pants, sneaks that cost $200. They'll wear Nike, and they'll be the one with the big polo logos on, and they'll look cheap because they're trying to portray something that they're not. And the truth of the matter is, wealthy people, they dress plainly. They don't have logos on their shirt. They look regular, But yet you could tell they're from money. So he does bring a point up as far as social classes are concerned.
Everything. That's how important it is. But on the bottom line is, if you want to fix up, like you say, okay, you don't look like that model, or you don't have that height, or you don't have that totally cut body or something like that, do what you can with it. Let me use the body example. There's some dudes, they just bigger men. What they do, they'll fix up what they have. They'll still look good.
Chad, cut out the gay stuff here, okay? I may be gay, but this is a piss troop. This is a piss trooper live stream, so we need to cut that out.
They'll still fix up everything, even if they are, another situation wearing glasses. There's plenty of guys, they'll just have stylish glasses. And I remember when I used to wear glasses on a regular, other than for driving. I had a few women say, when I stopped wearing them on a regular, say, I really liked you in those glasses. But it said something to them. So remember, the thing with the style is, regardless of your bone structure or your height, regardless, you can still use your style. How you wear your clothes, how you cut your hair, everything about you that you can control. Type of watch you wear, type of jewelry you wear, even with tattoos, what type of tattoos you might get. You can still use that. In fact, I remember when I was working at this department store, right? And 1,000 jobs. And I remember the son of one of the workers came in, and the women were going crazy. All these young girls were going crazy over this guy. And he was tall. Okay, we'll give him that. But he drove the women crazy, not so much about his height, but his style, because they were very specific. They would call him like a 9.9 and stuff. They were asking about him and everything. But the style he had beard game going. He had a look. He had kind of that lumberjack look at the time. He had a few tats on. He had some tats on his arms and everything. He had a nice watch on. They were breaking this down. They were looking at his shoes, everything. The women were breaking it down because they didn't just say, "Oh, he's tall." They were looking at everything else. He had a thorough haircut, all of that. That's what they didn't use the word thorough, but they were breaking him down piece by piece. And it was mainly his style. So very important, all right? So anyway, That's all I have for now. I'll get back with y'all later. Peace and blessings.
So he knows what he's talking about, you know. I think what's going to happen with this guy here is eventually he's going to somewhat take over for Kevin Samuels. Because this is similar to how Kevin Samuels started. And the style OG. Eventually they move into those talk lines. But we'll see, you know, and stuff. But definitely good advice, folks. I hope you guys take that advice. That's for sure. That's good stuff. Oh, yeah. This was a train wreck. I'm afraid to actually play this, but... Are you guys ready for me to really play this? Okay. I better get it over with.
I don't.
Prove that you do.
Prove I don't. Who are you to
Prove
prove
that you do.
anything to?
Prove that you do.
Who are you to prove anything
Prove that
to?
you do.
Who are you to prove anything to? Answer that.
Prove that you do.
Like I said, you're a fucking nigger. That's all you are. You're a bitch. That's all you fucking are. You can't answer nothing. You can't do shit. Fucking, you're mad because fucking no one jumps through hoops fucking for your sorry fucking ass. These are facts. I mean, you can't answer a question. I mean, you're mad because I have my own company. I have 26 years welding experience with my college and shit. You got a problem with that? Go fucking do it yourself, you fucking faggot. Like, seriously. You're such a bitch, fool. Oh, it's Miss West. Look at it's Miss West. Look at that fucking chomo faggot motherfucker. Fuck out of here, you fucking bitch. Like, you're a nigger, fool. You're a straight nigger. You're a straight nigger. Dude's, look, he made another fucking account under the name Jamie and tried to come in here. That dude's a straight bitch.
Oh, you know I was going to play it anyway, JV. Non-negotiable.
Dude's a straight stalker. You know what I'm saying? Look at it, still stalker. Like, facts. Fucking losers. You're a fucking loser, dude. Like, you can't leave me alone. You're so fucking in love with me, you can't leave me alone. Both of you, all three of you fucking faggots. Like, get over it, you fucking faggots. I am who I am. If you don't like it, you should have done something about it. Mind your own fucking business. I'm laughing at you fucking losers. I'm the one who's got my family. These are facts, blue collar. You're such a fucking loser. You're in a mental institution trying to say you have an alcohol problem when you got a YouTube problem. You got a you problem, motherfucker. Yeah, he's mad because I can weld better than his ass. I don't fucking care. I worked harder than you in this shit. These are facts. You're mad because fucking I went to skills and you didn't? What's your fucking problem? Like, literally, what's your problem? You fucking loser? Like, who the fuck you think you are? Like, you ain't nobody. Like, you're literally nobody. You're a fucking loser. Sitting over there trying to judge your life off of my life and the things I've done. Yeah, that's facts. Did I slip up and say that? I must have slipped up. I think I slipped up and said that shit to him. Yeah, I apologize to those guys out there. But, yeah, I apologize. Whew. I did take my pill this morning. That's why. I didn't take my pill this morning. I do apologize for that shit. I feel real bad about that. Like I said, these are white people that I call them that. But like I said, I had to block fucking blue collar. Like, you guys see, like, do you guys honest?
Yeah, this guy's in deep trouble. Remember, folks, I could call people niggers. White people, unfortunately, can't because that's the way our society works. I may have low bad credit, but I could use the N-word like a motherfucker. Look. Nigger! No one will ever consider. You know, in fact, you know, what's sad about society is I could walk up to a white person and call him a cracker and a honky and a glacier monkey and everything like that. Nobody would think I was racist. But the minute a white person actually thinks about it, you know, Even, I mean, and it's getting kind of petty. They yell at, they call white people racist for having dreadlocks. A white person has one dreadlock. And then they call white people racist if they're listening to black music or something. You ought to be thankful they're listening to black music, you know? That's the pussification of society, folks, to where, you know, it's just not enough there. You should be thankful they're listening to your music. You should be thankful that they're, you know, that some people try to appropriate culture anyway, you know? It's just ridiculous. That's why I hate society so much sometimes, because it's the pussification of society, and people are just making a mountain out of a fucking molehill, you know, with stuff. In life, folks, just be normal. Alright, this is our Sean G video for today. We'll play the whole thing.
What's up, y'all? What's going on?
And then that'll be it.
So y'all can see. I gotta make sure I get this right, man.
Ben, it doesn't matter with context, you know. You go and say the N-word accidentally or say something close to it, and they'll freaking dox you and nuke you and things, you know. You say anything womanizing or anything like that, they'll dock and nuke you, you know. They'll accuse you of all sorts of things, even if whether you've done it or not. They'll even make up stuff about you. They will literally, I mean, that's the way Hollywood is doing, you know. They'll literally ruin their life. They'll literally ruin your life just for saying something silly, you know. Yeah.
Alright, man. So we're gonna make a bacon, egg, and we're gonna make a bacon and egg sandwich, man. I'll probably put some cheese on there too. So we're gonna make a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, man. So we got our bacon, Trader Joe's, apple smoked bacon, alright, pork bacon, something in my eye, man. So we got the pan. Let's get the pan going right. Can y'all see me good? So these are boiled eggs. I'm not gonna eat these. Let's get another frying pan. Rinse it off. I rinsed that one off already. Did I?
Tomorrow's Wednesday, so for breakfast I may go get some empanadas here, possibly. And a nice little espresso.
Yeah, I rinsed it off. No, I didn't. Just to make sure. Alright, so we got our bread. 2 slices of bread. Potato chips. Okay. Alright, so let's get that going.
Wait a minute, I thought he threw out that pan. I thought he threw out the pan. He still got that old raggedy ass pan.
Got bacon in there.
My God. He should have got 2 new pans.
I love bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, man. Love it. So I got 2 pieces. Let's put 3 pieces of bacon in there. Let's put 3 pieces in there. Grease in there. This is like my old bacon grease. And I put a little butter in there too. so that the egg don't stick to the pan. Turn that down. Put a little butter in there too.
I don't know. I mean, he should have got 2 new pans instead of 1. I don't know why he kept that piece of garbage around. I mean, the nonstick coating is flaking off, which means it's going to end up in his food.
Egg don't stick to the pan. I know some of y'all don't eat pork, but I do. It's part of my culture, my Black American foundation of Black America.
Yeah, the foundation of Black America. Diabetes, high blood pressure, and stuff. I mean, some of it is genetic wise, another part is soul food. And remember, folks, what I told you about soul food. Soul food is actually slave food, where the masters would only feed, the worst parts of the hog and the pig. My black community, my brothers and sisters need to get off this soul food shit. Because soul food is slave food, Have some asparagus and some grilled fucking chicken,
American heritage, part of my culture.
And yes, I'm actually, after this show, I'm going to have Greek yogurt.
That's how I was raised. My people from the South. Paper plate cut me.
Yeah, my father wasn't around, but just because my father wasn't around doesn't mean you make excuses, That's why I eat the way I eat. People ask, why do I take high blood pressure pills? I don't have any problems with high blood pressure, just to let you guys know, or cholesterol, but I take the stuff anyway as a preventive measure, just because I know it does run in my family, But at the same time, I do watch my eating habits. I don't eat shit like this here, and I don't put... If I make eggs, folks, I use a cooking spray. Just 1 little second. That's it. And I rarely eat eggs, too.
I got my little kitty cat. Something in my eye, man. Let's turn our bacon over.
That's one thing. Everyone makes excuses. I'm poor. I'm black. I grew up in the projects. I grew up in the gutter, and stuff. The white man holding me down, and stuff. Nowadays, I got white folks working for me, You make your decision. And I got black folks working for me. It's just being, yeah, things happen, but at the end of the day, you gotta let your nuts hang, That actually goes for white folks too, not just black folks. Because I mean, I hear white folks up there complaining about the same thing. Black folks get all the benefits and stuff like that. You are in charge of your own fucking life, folks. And if you choose to, and people make a choice as far as to whether it be rich, poor, or wealthy. I can go buy a $250,000 house if I want, but I make the decision to buy a $50,000 house. That way I can put more money in myself. You make decisions on whether you buy a set of golf clubs, whether you buy a brand new house, whether you buy a brand new car or not. It's your choice. And whatever choices you make in life, if you fuck up, that's your responsibility.
E to the I to the A to the M. Alright, so I got some wheat bread. Let's put some jelly on there. Let's put some jelly on the on our bread. Organic strawberry jelly. Got that bacon cooking good. What's up? Y'all hear my cat? What's up, baby? Okay. Got the jelly on there. Got that piece of cheese. Let's get some cheese. Turn that bacon over.
So unhealthy.
So let y'all see the bacon. And let's put some jelly on the bread, cheese.
You know, the one thing he didn't do is, first off, he needs to mop that floor. That's kind of disgusting. But also, whenever you take out any type of meat from the refrigerator, you should leave it out for at least 10 or 15 minutes there until it gets to somewhat of a room temperature. That way it cooks better and it crisps better.
Here go my little kitten, little Sean's kitten. So, something in my eye, man. I gotta be careful not to step on the little kitten. The kitten is like 3 weeks old. I done fed you already, man. I like to cook my bacon, man. You know what I'm saying? I like to mash it down so that it cook real good, you know what I'm saying? Get my spatula. What's up?
Not gay, just fuck men. You keep talking like that, I'm gonna play a video of a drag queen story hour for you people. Which there's nothing wrong with. I mean, I'd rather watch that than watch someone else with bullets or watch Lorraine Bobbitt play with his man's balls at a theater. By the way, going to the theater, folks, for the most part is for cookie cutters.
What's up?
Unless someone invites you. If you're going to the theater by yourself, I be thinking.
Y'all gonna want some of my sandwich, ain't you? You ain't getting none. Love me some bacon, man. Love it. What's up? All right, let's start making the eggs.
I don't have any problems with drag queen story hours. I look at them same as when, back in school we used to have clowns come in and read stories. We also had puppets and stuff like that. The issue that I have is some of the adult cabaret shows being in a public setting to where there's kids around. I don't think that's generally a good idea. I think it should be someone 18 and above, or at least someone that has an understanding as far as to what's going on. Any adult cabaret shows in a public environment isn't thing. But that can be said if you take kids to Hooters or so forth. So it's my opinion, but constitution wise, being a constitutionalist, everyone has a right if they wish to bring their kids to an adult cabaret show, then that's their right as a parent. The minute we start trying to parent, the government tries to start parenting parents, is when we're really fucked up.
I learned how to cook when I was a little boy.
Along with that, some of the dress and outfits at those drag time story hours are highly inappropriate. Need to cover up a little bit too. I just want to bring that in. If you're reading to kids, you should be in the same proper attire as any other teacher or principal.
Boy, man, my mother taught me how to cook. See, I grew up as an only child, so, and my mother worked. She worked all the time.
I was good friends with Leroy. Leroy was a good person. That's why I got on YouTube to get back at vegan. That's why I debated Vegan Games the first time, to get back for talking shit about Leroy.
So I was at home by myself.
Absolutely not, James. A kid's hormones have not developed fully. So, because that's a permanent thing. And almost the same with taking hormones as well. It should be at a certain age where their body's already fully developed.
A lot. I was at home by myself.
With that being said, if a kid thinks they're gay, then just like the first process, they should get the general counseling. That's actually the first step of process before doing all this stuff. Because once a kid starts taking hormones, they are somewhat reversible, but not always. And once you start doing surgical procedures and stuff like that, that's permanent. You can't reverse that.
Salt on the egg. Let's move that joint over like that. What's up, man? What you raising? I done fed you already. A little black pepper on there. Alright, let's turn our bacon over. There we go. Good, boy. I want to see how the bacon look. So there go my bacon.
You notice it ain't really crisping up, and that's because you just took it right out of the refrigerator.
Nice big fat pieces. Go my egg, bread, cheese. So I like to mash my bacon down.
So he takes a spatula out of that dirty sink, and now he goes and pats down his bacon. Nice.
So that shit cook good, man. It's cooking good. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna move these pieces over. Move that piece over there so it could cook. Let these stay right here. These are done. Put that one right there. What you crying about, man?
Look at all the grit and gristle there. Why doesn't he clean that for? That's why I keep a steam cleaner to clean up stuff like that.
Turn that egg over. Look at that. Look at that egg right there. That bacon right there. So the bacon is done. I'm gonna take that out, throw that on the bread right there. Let's mash this piece down. What, man? You ain't getting no bacon, man. What? See, that's cooking good right there now.
Yeah, that cat will be crawling under there until that bacon grease starts popping and it hits that cat.
Turn the flame off.
Yeah, I know, it's skillet flakes.
Right, so we're gonna take our cheese, put our cheese on there. Put our cheese on there.
I would never date Sean G.
Smash this bacon down one more time real good. Fit over 50. Fit over 50. Fit over 50. What, man? What you keep crying about, man? What's the matter? What's the matter? Take this, man, put this in the sink. You know what? See, I keep my bacon grease.
Well, you can't exactly judge people by the content that they make. A lot of it's entertainment, like I do. Generally speaking, a lot of things that I do on my channel is not how I generally act in a professional environment. I'm a comedian and a piss trooper, and I do things for comedic purposes. Things that would typically not be done in society. You have to separate your entertainment life from your business life and your personal life. With that being said, I didn't like the fact that Sean was using his channel to go after his ex neither.
In this jar right here, next to the stove, so I could reuse it. When I want to oil my pan, I just use that. So I ain't got to keep using sticks of butter to get my joint right. You understand what I'm saying? And I always put a little bleach. In my pan.
Not my political stuff and information that I give, but there is... When you're doing YouTube videos, you have to add an entertainment element to it there, Ben. And that's just only natural.
Stick off.
But 95% of the stuff I actually truly mean. But I will say things like, wrong! But I don't go through public going and telling people wrong and so pole and stuff like that, you know.
Get that stick off. You know how when you cook meat sometimes it gets... Had that little stuff be stuck to the bottom of the pan.
I mean, I'm not a political pundit. I'm a comedian.
Wash my hands. All right, so we got everything done. Let's put the egg in there. Come on, get out of there. There you go. The egg in there. Now we got our bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. So we can eat. top back on my bacon grease joint. And now we sit down. We bless the food. God, thank you for this food that we're about to receive, for the nourishment for our bodies, our minds, and our spirits. Amen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said grace.
I love my life. I love my life. Drink the milk straight out the jug.
Yeah, look at those abs of his.
I got a good life. I got a good life. You got a good life? Yes or no? I'm grateful for what I got. I'm grateful for what I got. I ain't got a lot, but I'm grateful for it.
All right, I think we've seen enough of him eating that sandwich. Let's give a round of applause for Sean G for letting us see that nice, delicious soul food, or what I call slave food. This is why.
So I'm very excited for this video.
This is why we can't have nice things in life.
This is going to be a video on feeders. Do they work? What feeders are is pretty much just doing like 50 to 100 reps of a certain movement every night. So I worked out my normal routine.
These do generally work. I'll go ahead and tell you that. That's Arnold. If you read Arnold Schwarzenegger's Encyclopedia of Modern Bodybuilding, he'll tell you about what's called the Freaks in the Forest workout. And the Freaks in the Forest workout, folks, is Arnold and Franco would take nothing but a barbell and some weights. They would go out in the forest and they would simply do curls and squats and stuff for hours and hours on time. Afterwards, they would crack open the grill. They would bring some girls down and they would have steaks and beer for the rest of the night. And afterwards, they would get their aerobics from, well, the women, you know. But that's Arnold's Freaks in the Forest workout. So I guess this is something similar to it.
But every single night, or 5 nights a week, I did bis and tris, 50 to 100 reps, 3 sets. And in the first week, I did only 50 reps because it was just too much. It was like almost too fatiguing. And then after about a week, I started doing them to 100. Do they work? I know in some programs they're popular in bulking, but it's like, are you just in a calorie surplus so you gained, or was it because of the feeders? So this is gonna be a great video to show you. All my calories really stayed the same. So this is gonna be 30-day progress, my starting measurement, my ending measurements, and we're gonna see, so this way you don't have to waste your own time doing it, and if it doesn't work. So we're gonna see, let's check it out. When I pull it snug, 16.5. So that's my starting measurement. If you can see, this thing can focus, 16.5. Biceps and triceps. Triceps make all the veins go away, so I did biceps first. Anyway, yeah, so I've been doing it for almost 2 weeks now so far. I haven't noticed anything. I'm not going to measure for at least a month, but definitely notice I'm breaking out more because I'm doing this before bed.
It's actually a good idea for him to do it before bed, because if he does that, he goes to bed, sleep is usually the best time to recover, so that's actually a pretty good idea.
Feeders are getting killer, so I have been switching it so I'm doing biceps and triceps in the same night. I've just noticed a lot more volume getting into the blood, a lot more volume getting into the muscle, and that's what I think the key is, to expand the cell as big as it can be, as much and as often as possible. So that's what I've been doing. I've been doing biceps and triceps. This is back to back, so I usually do 2 days on, 1 day off, 2 days on. So it's my second in a row, and so far I've been liking it a lot. Now I'm starting to see results. I'm telling you, better wash your face before you go to bed. I'm breaking out like crazy now, for real. So only negative about it. Okay, so a little update on, do I think feeders are actually working? I've been doing them 4 or 5 times a week, and I gotta say, it is a hassle to do it. It's annoying every night knowing I gotta go like all out for like 5 to 7 minutes. But I gotta say that it's motivating me because I actually do see it working. After about 2 weeks, I really started noticing that like my veins inside of my triceps and in my biceps, of course they're gone right now, but I feel like they were there much more often, and even like through my arm, when I'm not pumped up or anything, they're only blue, they're not like raging out, but I definitely feel like they're throughout the day, my arms are bigger and more full. I'm not gonna measure till the 22nd because that'll be a full 30 days, but so far I'm actually feeling really good. The first 2 weeks I was like, I ain't liking this, but after 2 weeks I definitely feel like it's working. I feel just much more full, my pumps seem bigger. I just like it, so far I recommend it, but we'll see if it actually has shown some true measurements.
I don't think the video is too terrible. I mean, these techniques have been used for like a century at least. So they do have some credibility to it. Now, Given the fact, he already started out with a pretty good physique to begin with. So.
So it's time to measure. It's been 30 days of doing these feeders every night or 5 nights a week. It's a giant hassle. Let's see, is it worth it or is it a waste of time? Bam. They're right under 17. That's a big difference. That's a huge difference. Is that right? Is that right? Okay, let's double check this measurement because that felt high. Let's see what we got. Okay. Right there, boom. Oh, it looks like feeders are worth it, so I'm going to continue to do it. 5 days a week. It's a nightmare, so let's see if we can get them to 17. But wow, that's amazing progress. So first 30 days into it, it's 100% worth it so far. If I gained a 1/4 inch in my arms, by doing these for 3 to 4 or 5 minutes a night, it's 100% worth it. My arms are my weakness, by the way. Like I said, I've had the same size arms. I've had 16.5 inch arms since I was 18 years old. So they've looked a lot different, muscle maturity in that, but it's a weakness. So if I got them to grow, that's amazing.
Well, yeah, that's a good video. I mean, it doesn't hurt to try something out like that. But there is credibility behind doing a particular workout like that.
You're just looking for that.
See what we got here. Andy Foe. I really like this guy. He,
Ego death, that near-death experience that comes with taking too many mushrooms, from drinking too much where you're going to black out on the weekends. And that hasn't happened just once or twice. It's happened several times to you. You don't even remember what that evening was like, but you were just trying to have a good time and enjoy your life because you realized the life that you had, you're actually not happy with. You're not fulfilled with it. That you're perhaps distraught with all of the decisions and the choices that you've made. That once you come down from smoking that weed, once you come down from that hangover that you have, and the high from the mushrooms and the plant medicine wears off, you still have to sit there in your seat with your feelings and your life and your emotions and just realize you're the one that needs to do all of the work. You can't just continue to run away from it. That's what I've done for so long. Today's the 75th birthday of my dad. He passed away when I was 16. That's nearly 19 years ago. And for so long after his death, I smoked 4 blunts a day. I think the really reason why I did that was I felt the blame for his death. The week after my birthday, I asked my dad to get me a customized computer. Ungrateful little shit too, just what I deserved, what I needed. And just asking from this man who had so much going on in his life that I just felt this sadness, this anger that I could be this way. And yeah, it's the morning of a father passing. But the same thing happened after I left my brother in Las Vegas. I tried so hard to make everything work out the way that it could, but I just realized over time, after smoking so many blunts, after taking so many mushrooms, just my way of communicating wasn't efficient for him. No matter how hard I tried at that particular time, I couldn't articulate my thoughts, my words, so my feelings after the fact kept me down. And I tried to medicate, and I tried to hide, I tried to make everything okay. But after all that goes away, I still have to realize that I had to learn how to communicate. It wasn't this one instance, it's many instances, over times, over lifetimes, in different jobs, in my relationships. The inability to communicate.
Well, he is one of Wes Watson's clients, so, just because he's a client of Wes Watson doesn't mean that everyone acts the same as Wes.
With my former business manager, lending someone who's supposed to be financially responsible $70,000 and still hasn't paid it back yet. I'm left with the feeling of feeling like an idiot, that I should have known better, that I should have seen the red flag. So you put all the blame on yourself. You have all these heavy feelings. You have this life that you're not happy with. You're not satisfied because of all the choices that you've made over time. So what? You learn through all of that. And when you can come down from the high, from the hangover, from the buzz of the mushroom, and you can just sit there with yourself, and you spent as much time with yourself quietly, with the same amount of time that you spent at ceremony or at bars, the amount of time that you spent smoking with friends, if you actually spent that time quietly with yourself constructively, you'd be able to identify all of these things and fix it. You don't need all of these external devices and substances to help you get to where you want to be. If you spent the right amount of time by yourself in solitude, you'd realize you were your own problem and you can be your own solution.
He is right about that. I've actually looked up the person, Ben. Like I said, I like this Andy Poe. But he practices what he really preaches here. I checked in on his tattoo shop. It's quite interesting. He's an interesting fella, that's for sure. Very positive person too.
Any position.
For some reason or other, it says I've watched this before, but this was many years ago. But I think I know what this is. Hold on.
I want to welcome everybody to the new STG Strength and Power. This is stage 5. We're going to do a walkthrough, show some of the equipment that we have on the floor. We're going to start with all the compound leg machines. So we got the pendulum standing squat with the new XT arms. Great piece.
That is a nice piece here. I like the fact that he's not got cable weights, but he has actual, weight plates. Having weight plates in the gym as opposed to cable stuff, the equipment lasts a lot longer because there's very little that can break down.
The West Side Barbell hip belt squat. We got this brand new from Legend. This is the Hammer H squat, close to 10 feet tall. Picked this up from our friend Eric McKay at No Bull. The Powernetics bear squat. The Powernetic stuff's really heavy duty. The Seated Squat Pro, in my opinion, the best leg press that you can buy on the market today. Behind it, we got our pendulum sign from Tyler Hobson. We are an official pendulum gym.
I would dispute that. I think the Nautilus one is better, but that is still a pretty good machine.
Moving along, the leverage leg press, old school Nautilus. It's also one of my favorite ways of training calves.
Now we're talking. That right there is the shit.
Elite FTS power squat. We picked this up from Dr. Ken Leisner, who unfortunately just passed away. Because I bought it off him, I was able to spend some time speaking with him. He was a great guy. He'll be missed in the industry for sure. Next to that is the Randy Coyle swing squat. Very rare machine. These are all handmade by Randy himself. All about extreme depth. You can really get into a full squat on this machine. Moving down, hammer strength deadlift. We've modified the handles. We cut off the old handles with the foam bars and put on bars that we had chopped up. We chopped up a power block. Really brings the machine to life.
That's a very interesting. Chopping off the handles. Theoretically, it could be more effective with that workout.
Maybe the most sought after leg press out there. This is the Avenger. I've had this for over a decade. Gets a ton of use. Now we're going to move into something we're very proud of. These are the MedX medical machines. We're the only gym in Canada that's
the legendary MedX. Now, folks, if you're not familiar with MedX, this is the medical division of Nautilus. So this equipment was super expensive. You won't find this in the gym, so he's correct on that. but it's basically the advanced division of Nautilus.
That's the full 5 set, starting with the cervical extension. We got this from Dr. Kudlak. Of course, the medical lumbar. We actually have 2 of these, but we only have 1 on the floor. The medical torso rotation. This is probably the heaviest machine in the gym, and we got this through Ken Kipler.
Yeah, most of this machine, the MedX stuff, is mostly for rehab purposes, but they can be effective. They're definitely going to be effective in building muscle, but most of this stuff is rehab equipment.
Came out of a facility in Quebec. This was the only one that was ever shipped into Canada. Moving across, the MedX rotary neck, very rare piece. This was in Roger Schwab's mainline facility. Roger helped us acquire it. He has done a lot to help us better our facility. And then to finish off the medical machines, the leg extension. This one was completely restored. Again, Ken Kipler helped us acquire this piece. We're going to move on to the Nautilus section, and as most people know me, Nautilus was really my first love in the fitness industry. So this is the...
Nautilus was my first love too. I mean, the first equipment I ever worked on whenever I started training was Nautilus equipment.
The pullover with the torso arm combination machine just absolutely nails the lats. Right behind it, possibly the hardest exercise we have in the gym, which is the compound leg extension right into a leg press. This piece came out of Florida. I should say the previous piece came from Bill Casto. Is the first of 2 Nautilus machines I ever bought. The dual squat. It's the super dual squat with the 500 stack that came out of California. Very simple first gen leg curl. Came from my buddy Kevin. He's in Ontario. This is the super geared hip and back.
Ooh.
Came out of just outside of Seattle, I believe.
Tough motherfucker right there. Real tough to work out on.
And we've completely restored it. New pads, new powder coat, new bearings. Out of that same facility, the Infometric bench press, and this is the one that adjusts into 3 different positions. It does incline, flat, or decline, all restored. Compound position tricep. I got this from another good friend of mine, and I believe this is the last of the ones we've completely restored. There's more to come. Compound position bicep. This came from Steve Cass. We actually had a blue one with aluminum cams, but we traded him for the spider cam version. A lot of people ask me what's my favorite machine in the whole gym, and this has got to be close. This is just the old Nautilus plate-loaded pullover. Been completely redone with bearings. Came from Josh Trentin in Ohio.
The pullover is probably one of the best workouts you can do. That's one of the main workouts that really sold the total gym machines because it works out a number of body parts very well. You know, you get your arms in, you get your shoulders, you get your chest. It hits everything. So.
And I actually haven't had it on the floor for a while because it really only suits larger individuals. But now that we have the space, it's back and we use it all the time. Beside that, we have the 2 low friction back machines from Nautilus. We have the row, and then we have the pull down. These came out of a gym in Miramichi, New Brunswick. I never got to meet the owner. He had passed, and it was his landlord that sold most of these pieces, but they're fantastic. Nautilus neck and shoulder. This is the first generation with the very small stack. It also has a spider cam on it.
He probably got pretty good deals on these. You know, the only thing about it is just a shipping cost, but I can almost guarantee that he took a truck, just went and loaded it up and brought it himself, because Lord knows shipping this stuff would be quite expensive. So he probably, chances are he probably drove around in the local area to get these. It really all depends, Ben. He could have paid for as little as $200 for this equipment. The reason being is a lot of people want to get rid of the equipment if they've had it for a while, simply because of the weight and the amount of space it takes up. But then you got to repair the stuff, sort of like this one here, for example.
Brand new pads from Full Circle Padding.
You have to remember, this type of Nautilus equipment hasn't been made for decades.
This is the iconic machine. I want to restore it one day, and it might be the only machine that I leave blue instead of red and black. But it is the deluxe model time machine pull-over torso arm, and it uses one weight stack instead of the two with the version that they sold for most other sales. We're going to come around and we get into some of the really cool Nautilus stuff, some really rare stuff. We got the double shoulder, probably one of my favorite ways of exercising. The shoulders, it's just the lateral raise right into the press. It just nails you. In behind, we have the plate-loaded bicep tricep that came from our good friend Jim McBride in Rochester. Gonna sneak around. The first of the Omni machines, and we're, I believe, the only gym that has all four of the Omni machines in a commercial setting.
Omni machines were produced for a pretty short time, so.
This is the Omni bicep. Again, it's got quite the lineage. Dr. Ken Leisner did own it at one point. My friend Andrew in New York owned it for a bit, and then I got this from Jeffrey Mule. Coming back around, probably the two rarest pieces in the gym. This is the Nautilus Omni shoulder press. This also came from Steve Cass. Beside it, the Omni chest press. Roger Schwab helped us acquire this. He's done a tremendous amount for the gym. I always thank him for it. The double chest. This was one of two machines that I bought the very first time I bought machines. This and the double pullover, and this came from Bill Casto. First deal was with Bill Casto. We're going to come down the line here. This is the Nautilus dual poly pullover, rare machine, completely restored. Also came from Steve Cass. Now this is kind of cool. This is the lat adduction with the behind the neck pull down and the rowing torso right beside it. And we put it all in a line with the double pullover because this was Arthur Jones's ultimate lat routine. So you did all 5 motions without break. So if someone wanted to attempt that, they could absolutely try it. We're going to get some of these Nautilus machines that are in the middle here. This is the...
That machine right there was one of Boyer Co's favorite, that the chest in and out.
Super forearm machine. It has extension, flexion, supination, pronation, and grip, all for the hand and wrist. It gets a lot of work. We would like to see it black and red one day. I don't much care for the color. And then in the middle, 10-degree fly, also from Bill Casto. 40-degree fly, I believe that came from New Brunswick. And the last Omni machine was the Omni tricep. This also came from Josh Trentine. It's been redone with bearings. So with all these Nautilus machines, we believe that we are the only facility in the world that could replicate the Colorado experiment workout for workout, all 28 workouts that were done in, all 14 workouts that were done in 28 days. So we're going to move down the line. We have most of our plate-loaded equipment, different brands. Just a simple preacher curl bench with some iron grip plates. We get into some of the West Side equipment, and this is the hip and quad and the inverse curl. Interesting story about this. This was the first set sent to Canada. It was sent to our good friends in Toronto at Fortis. Sean Kelly is the owner. And they actually ordered the two versions of this machine that had onboard plate holders, and it's kind of a testament to his character, and also
that's gotta hurt, KCB. One thing about ice, when you fall on it or break anything, with the cold around, it just hurts even more.
Louis' character, who of course designed the machine. They sent them two brand new machines, and he had just told Sean, just keep the ones that we sent wrong. But Sean sold them, and he took all the money and he sent it directly to Louis. So Louis rectified the situation, the wrong machines, and then Sean, with his character, he sent all the money for these to Louis. So a lot of good character in this industry. Beside it, this is the dual extension machine. This is the one that we designed off of Arthur Jones's articles from the early 70s talking about the ultimate exercise machine. It took us a couple years. It was built with Simon Schofield at Future Prototype, so we're very proud of it. Next is the Hammer wide chest. Hammer made a lot of cool machines, and they made about 5 or 6 chest machines, and this was always my favorite, so we had to pick it up. Next to it, very sought after Flex chest press. I want to get this one done black and red.
I've never seen that machine before, ever. I don't know why it would be sought after. It looks kind of plain Jane to me.
My friend Joe Polito, he's in New York State. He helped me acquire this.
It's definitely an impressive collection. I would agree with you on that.
We got a bunch of these black and red pendulum machines, and they just make the gym. They function so well. It was Eric McKay who helped me get a deal with these. It was the University of Miami, University of Miami in Ohio, that allowed us to buy these. Simple hyper extension bench. Now this is a piece I'm really proud of. This started off as a Cybex classic standing.
I would never open up a gym. They're cash cows at this point in time.
Standing calf raise, and we actually completely changed it over. It has a TK Star pedal on the bottom, or TK Star foot plate.
If I was going to open anything, it would be a personal training studio, but definitely not a gym.
And then we put on handles so we can do forced repetitions, and then we also put on some horns, so it takes the 400-pound stack, and with the plates we can go up to about 1,000 on it. Just shifting over to the front, just got the power blocks. They go up to 125. They work really well. We have the Atlantis cables. This is the best set that they have. It doesn't require a cross member, so you can put them in any position that you want. Rogue deadlift platform. We got some of the Ivanko calibrated plates, and that is an Oki deadlift bar from Ricky Dale Crane. Excellent bar. We're known as kind of a gym with real cool machines, but we do love our free weights. So T-grip barbell. We got a custom.
One of the cool things about it is he really knows his equipment. He knows who he bought it from, and he knows where it comes from. So he really loves his equipment, that's for sure. And the fact that he went out and got some MedX equipment, that's crazy.
Custom fat bar, custom easy bar. We got the we got the Texas Power Bar, and then also in the rack we have the Ivanko barbell, the stainless version, which is just fantastic. That is the West Side Barbell Power Rack. Works fantastic. We love all the adjustments, especially for the bands, and then the micro adjustment for the bar height. Hammer tibia flexion. We actually searched for one of these for years. Steve Cass managed to get us one. Nautilus rotary shoulder. We use this all the time. We got this from John Little. We use it for rehabilitation of the rotator cuffs pretty much daily. Nautilus multi-exercise.
Psycho, I became a detention officer because I needed money and it paid good. Excuse me for a moment, folks. I'll be back. Sorry about that, folks.
Chins, dips, calves, you name it, you can pretty much do it on here. This also came from Bill Cast. I think this was the second big deal I did with him. I bought 4 or 5 machines off him. Hammer strength gripper, simple machine, works great. Coming back to the middle of the gym. Lat pull down with 4 stacks. Nothing special here. We just have all our attachments, all our grips. This was a monolift that was used in a lot of meets down in the Wisconsin area, and we completely redid, new powder coat, new logos. I believe it was made by Amerilift. I should mention that with the lat pull down, we like to use the Maximum Advantage grip bars. We find them to be ergonomically correct. They're much easier on people's hands and wrists, so we use them all the time. Atlantis T-bar row. It's my favorite version of the T-bar row because of all the grip options that it gives you. One of my pride and joys here, this is the Pendulum 3-way row, and we actually bought this brand new from Pendulum, and Brian Dawson helped us out with this. We got custom red pads on the red and black machine. It's a showpiece in here. Hammer strength. This is the ground-based high pull. We bought this on a recommendation from our good friend David Feather, who's got the craziest collection I think anywhere in the world. We use it for shoulders. You can use it for shrugs, but actually pulling the handles apart for side delts is really what brings this machine to life. Coming back around to the other black and red pendulum machines. We want everything to be black and red one day. The lat pull down. The same deal that was with Eric McKay. Probably the most common piece in this gym. This is the hammer strength high row. If there's any set of machines I thought hammer strength really got the most correct, it was their back machines. I like almost all of them, and this was my favorite, so we had to pick one up. Pendulum shoulder incline press. I think Pendulum and Tyler Hobson really outdid themselves with this one. If I was running a very, very small facility, this would be my go-to because you can do chest press, incline press, and shoulder press all from one seat. Speaking of Tyler Hobson, this is one of his original pendulum grippers, the OG as they call it. Probably the best gripper I've ever used. Behind it, this is another piece that's getting a tremendous amount of traction in the fitness community. This is the Dynavex Gluteator. This may be the best glute isolation
Never seen this machine neither.
exercise and machine that I have ever used. We're really happy to have it here.
I like free weights the most, Cycle, but a lot of the Nautilus equipment, it's a lot safer. Nowadays, I do... back in the day, I used to use a lot more free weights and machines, but nowadays I use more machines than free weights.
We met the guys who made it at the Resistance Exercise Conference. It gets a ton of use. Anyone looking to put a real small machine, real small footprint, really effective machine into their gym, they got to look at this up, Dynavex Gluteator. Hammer strength seated calf. This machine's okay, but we've actually purchased a TK Star supersonic seated calf that's going to be replacing it. Very cool machine here. This is a Cybex Advanced chest press, and I remember watching all the old footage of Charles Glass training people at Gold's Gym with this. You could do the fly and the press. It's essentially like holding 2 dumbbells, but with the stability and the safety of having a machine. And then we actually have Charles's pad, his godfather of bodybuilding pad, that gets moved around the gym and used quite a bit. Beside that is the donkey calf raise, the Precor Icarian. It's my favorite version of the donkey calf raise. Fantastic piece. We're going to come back out to the...
Not many people use the donkey calf anymore, but it definitely does build the calf muscles. For the most part, most gyms won't have it because it's pretty unnecessary. And as you can tell, it takes up a lot of space as opposed to a regular calf raise.
Laneway. This is an Atlantis chin dip. Now, we bought this from Randy Roach, and this is really cool. He's modified it. It has additional handles on the dips, so one can do Gironda style dips. And then at the top, he actually made the handles so they rotate 360 degrees, so we can pick any grip that we want. So he did a fantastic job. We had to pick it up off him. These were the other Nautilus low friction machines. This is the bench press, and then I'm going to swing around and show you guys the dip. So these all came from the same gym in Miramichi, New Brunswick. These were the precursors to the MedX machines. I like them because the mechanics are great, but they had really heavy weight stacks, unlike the MedX where they geared the stacks to make them easier. Finishing off with the plate loaded equipment, the pendulum reverse glute ham. This paired with the Dynavex gluteator, in my opinion, is about the best glute workout that you can get, but this of course works the hamstrings and the lower.
For the most part, my calves are pretty much genetic, but beyond that, you know, just regular calf raises with a lot of heavy weight will build the calves up. You can have good genetics, but you need to still put weight on it to really get them up and going.
Lower back too. I do love my Nautilus super geared hip back, but this one is so smooth, so easy to get in and out of. This came from the University of Missouri. So coming to the far wall here, what we want to do is we want to put all the MedX machines in a row. All the blue and white ones came from the same deal. They were from Kansas City. Actually, I made a mistake. The last machine, the pendulum, that came from Mississippi. All the blue and white ones came from Kansas City, Missouri. And we just put them in the logical sequence of, got the legs down at the far end, moving into back, moving into chest, and then to arms. You could do a complete MedX style workout just by staying on the same wall. The chest press we got done red and black. It's probably my favorite of the MedX pieces. Pull down, row. The pullover, we actually picked this up from our friend Greg Outlaw. We had a blue and white one, but we bought the black and red version from him. Leg curl, hip abduction, adduction, seated leg curl. We have the entire set of MedX. So every selectorized one they made, except for we don't have the low back anymore. We sold it when we bought the medical version. Leg press, the torso flexion, the hip extension. The hip extension we actually bought from our friend who's sadly passed away, Robert Sawyer. He had the fitness barn in Virginia, and he was a fantastic guy. We miss him, but part of his gym is here at STG. Almost finishing off here, we got the core four-way neck, just a fantastic four-way neck from MedX. They really got this one right. The core torso rotation. We actually were going to sell this, but we kept it because Roger Schwab, he really sold me on the idea that it's easier to put smaller people in this than the medical version that we also have. So we did keep it on the floor. And a couple of oldies here in the corner. This is the original four-way neck with the small stack, and then one of the really sought-after Nautilus rotary necks, and that came from Lou Halosi, who used to have a gym in Toronto. So that's the facility. We're really hoping that a lot of our friends out there who we talk to on social media, a lot of the people that are traveling.
It's a pretty good gym. Let me see if they've done any updated videos since then. Looks like they got the author. Looks like he's got all the author Jones. So this guy is a big fan of, obviously a big fan of Nautilus. Definitely a big fan of Nautilus. He's an author Jones fanatic, which is actually a good thing, actually.
New backwoods smokes just hit town. Looking wild, but tasting mild.
New backwoods smokes. How can anything that looks so wild taste so mild? New backwoods smokes. How
Backwood Smokes, all natural tobacco, hand-rolled look in a keep 'em fresh pocket pouch.
How can anything that looks so wild taste so mild?
New.
Yeah, these particular commercials like Beach Nut and Red Man, these used to run in the late 70s and 80s. But, you know, these types of commercials are, you know, definitely wouldn't be allowed to be put on TV these days. But when it comes to Backwoods Smokes, they got a lot of chemicals in it nowadays. They're not the same as before. I'll tell you right now, folks, food tasted a whole lot better back in the day than it is now. When you got a Big Mac, it actually tasted pretty good, you know. And nowadays, it just tastes like crap because they've cheapened the ingredients and stuff. Heck, I'll be honest with you. You know, malt liquor, for example. You know, the Old English 800. From what I was told 40 years ago, it was actually a decent brew, but they've just cheapened it up. Honestly, Psycho, I think weed makes me sleepy. It also gives me a headache, so... but to each his own. We got some Hemingway here, so let's see what he has to say.
I don't know why anyone would associate with him. I don't know why anyone would associate with him. 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 Why anyone would.
I don't know what that noise is in the background, but I'm not even sure who he's talking about. But oh well. Next video.
Because that.
I have no clue who was. Oh, that was his roommate. Okay. Wonder what she was doing.
That's what raw means. No supportive equipment. And if you can't lift it without the equipment, you can't lift it. Okay, and I want to be clear. Talk about a scam. Everyone runs out of it. And then everyone wants their lifts to count for everything. You know, dudes comparing themselves to my old, I'm 46 years old. I'm 46 years old. I got dudes comparing their lifts to me, wearing all sorts of shit.
Wonder where he's training at, because this definitely isn't at his home.
Come on. Just stop. Just stop. Guys,
I will say that's quite impressive. That's quite a pretty good lift, actually. I couldn't do it. Not at my age. I couldn't do a lift like that.
there comes a point, and this is why I'm doing so much of this stuff raw like this. I said this years ago, then I got away from it. Hey man, fine. If you need the supportive equipment in a competition to win, do what you got to do. If you're doing it for your ego because you're not competing for a trophy or a record in a division that allows that stuff, just fucking stop. You can't lift the weight.
Yeah, I'm 46, not in my late 30s. I'm pretty old. I mean, I'm not old, but yeah. Those are actually pretty good lifts, but he's still crackers. All right, let's see what we got next.
Well, despite that $500 million city deficit, the mayor is exploring the idea of opening a city-owned grocery store to promote food equity.
But as CBS 2's Jermon Terry found out, you won't be.
That is a pretty dumbass idea.
Able to buy food anytime soon.
He's live in the newsroom to break it down for us. Jermont.
Joe and Erica, this is simply a plan and one done in small cities. But if the city-owned grocery store gets up and running, and that is a big if, Chicago will be the largest city to accomplish this. Tonight, Mayor Brandon Johnson's team explains the need for this push. Many neighborhoods on the south and west sides are without quality grocery stores. Windows are boarded up after private chains moved out. Take this former Aldi at 76 in Ashland and Auburn Gresham. It closed more than a year ago.
All of our stores are closing. And so now we have to go outside of our neighborhoods.
Native Southsider Shelley Wood.
All right, I'm going to be plain and blunt. Like I said, I love my people. But these stores are... The thing about it is these stores close because black people, and I'm going to say specifically black folks, went into these stores, stole all the shit, and stuff like that. And when all the stuff is getting stolen and stuff like that, and they got to deal with the mayor that is apathetic to theft and wants to cut police funding, these stores are going to move. The fact of the matter is, if the store is not profitable, they're not going to keep it open just for social justice. A business is a business, folks. And in order to keep a store open, it's got to make money. It's got to make a profit, If the city goes and tries to open up a city grocery store, they're going to rob that shit too. If you want stores to move back, you got to take care of crime. And that happens only by the community, not by the police. It's like Tony Soprano says, you got to wash your own laundry, My community needs to wash their own fucking laundry, That's why these stores are closed. More are going to close in California and other neighborhoods if they keep pulling this shit.
Williams welcomes any plans to bring grocery stores back. That includes Mayor Brandon Johnson's newest initiative to get the city into the grocery chain business.
I think that's a good idea that Mayor Johnson is picking up the slack where these big store chains are leaving.
Under Mayor Johnson's proposal, the city would use economic development grants. Yumi Grisby, the administration's policy chief, says the city will team up with an organization to open a city-owned grocery in one of Chicago's food deserts.
And so we are not spending any taxpayer dollars, right?
Chicago Bulls didn't steal from me. Scottie Pippen just bounced a check on me. That was it, but he paid me back for it.
What we're also going to be able to access is the funding that exists at the national level, at the state level.
The major grocery chains claim they left these communities because it just was not profitable. So it begs the question, how Mayor...
Ding, 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 ding. Why were they not profitable? Because niggas was stealing shit.
Johnson can flip that narrative.
And so it's not necessarily about profitability. It really is about what is the impact on Chicagoans.
How does a grocery store get pushed ahead of crime and safety over other things?
I don't want to say that this is taking a priority. I would like to say that overall, it's not also about a grocery store. What it is about increasing access to healthy options and to food for all Chicagoans.
And while the mayor's office says the grocery store will be funded by grant money, we should note some of the grant money could come from state and federal tax dollars, just not local tax dollars. There's no timeline when this initiative would or could move forward. Live in the newsroom.
Them niggas is crazy. All right. We want those stores to move back, crack down on crime, It's quite simple, There's plenty of black neighborhoods in Atlanta and stuff. They got plenty of grocery stores because the community polices itself. There's plenty of black neighborhoods. The problem is you won't find them in the north. You'll find them in the south. Them niggas is crazy. City-owned grocery store. What kind of bullshit is that? I mean, these grocery stores closing is a result of your policies defunding the police, and just letting niggas steal shit, I mean, I love my people, but, they fuck up, sometimes, This is a big fuck up. They open up a city grocery store, they're just going to be wasting money because you've not taken care of the reason why they moved out to begin with, and that's because of high crime and theft. If a store's not making money, they're going to leave, May as well open up a Dollar General or something. Well, tough break, nigga. Anyway. Just stupid. Yeah, we already seen this one.
Mr. YorkieLoverFitness.com.
One of the comments of one of my videos, one of the
I really miss Leroy.
gentlemen said, "Could I explain train to failure?" Oh, it broke my heart. You know, there's so many bodybuilders that never go anywhere because they listen to this shit. These people are talking. They have no idea how the body works and why. Train to failure. First of all, I don't know what the hell they're talking about, to be honest with you. And if they're talking about training and you just can't train anymore, it's insane. It is counterproductive. And they're shooting this juice stuff to you guys. With juice, the recovery is incredible. But of course, you pay for it, my friends. You pay dearly. You're not going to hang around long. You're going to come apart. Your joints going to go on you. You're not designed. Training is an abuse. It's building.
Yeah, and I wish I had taken his advice back then, and now my joints are messed up. So listen to this guy, folks.
That's why I haven't talked to my friend Jim Arrington in so long. When I talked to him, he said he has all these winning contests. Never took juice, don't even know what it means. He knows of it, but he was interested in health. Train to failure. What are you trying to do? Build or abuse? What is failure? You don't train your muscles to it completely because you know what happens completely just broken down. You don't recover. And these guys kill me, but they have no concept of recovery. It's the key to everything. Training does not build muscle. It's recovery. And I want you guys to understand. Understand one thing, my good friends. You don't build when you're training. You break down. It's break down, build up. What you eat today will affect you tomorrow. If you go in the gym today, my good friends, feeling worn out, go home. As I said 1,000,001 times in my videos, the body complains and don't explain. Please jump this train of failure stuff. It's crazy. What are you trying? And then I want you to know something, my good friends. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to build a nice, healthy, vibrant body that would take you to where I am? My good friend Jim Arrington's where he is winning contests at 80? Or what you want to do at 50? Every joint in your body is killing.
Joe Everington just won a show at 90, if I'm not mistaken. So he's still going at.
Your heart's gone, everything, because you destroy. Let me tell you something. You have a finite amount of energy. You're either going to build it up or break it down. That's why you see some guys at 50 looking like they're 30, and some guys at 50 look like they're ready to be buried. You know why? They burnt out. They're not burnt out just from training. Guys, you can burn out from drinking whiskey and eating bad food. But the point is, when we train, my good friends, we train to build ourselves, not to destroy ourselves. I don't want to hear that word train to failure. What the hell are you being trained to failure? To what? And then what for? To stand in the say the Juice Boys could do that.
The Jump Tube, we've already played Sean G, so unless there's something minty, like I said, I'm going to keep with my policy, one Sean G video, a live stream.
Because the Juice is doing the job, not them. And then you know what? They pay daily because they're demanding more from the body than the body is able to give. So what happens? Their joints go. I have a lot of good bodybuilding friends that need replacements, hip replacements, elbow, rotator cuffs, because they're training harder than their joints can handle. Lifting heavier weights than their joints can handle. And they go up to Broken Up Old Men. That's why I'm proud of myself And I'm proud of guys like Jim. Jim really gives me a thrill, only for the reason that he's competing at 80. Fantastic. I tell you, most of those steroids, and I keep saying, and I feel bad about it, but some of the dead guys I really loved, we grew up together. They went the steroid way, and they died early. Bypass operations on the heart is prevalent among the steroid boys. That's prevalent. You think they were out here eating a double hamburger with cheese 5 times a day and Coca-Cola? You don't think they're training and wind up with a triple double bypass the drugs. But what I'm telling you, when your hair trained to failure, pretend you didn't hear it, because it doesn't mean anything. What they mean is trained to destroy your body, and you know what? You don't enjoy your workout. You drag and drag. I see it so often, as I've mentioned many a time. My friend has a gym. He makes him sign a year contract because he knows the maximum they say is 3 months. Because they overdo it, and they drag out, and then training becomes a chore instead of enjoyment. And then they lay off 3 or 4 years, and then they come back. I hadn't trained in 3 years. I'm gonna start up again. Because it was so traumatized. We train our entire lives. Now, even though I'm not training nowhere like Jim, but I do something. And I still have some vitality. Now, I go out there and drop dead right tomorrow. But hey, I had my run. Because there's no round trip on life. And when you get you want to be able to look back and say, man, I lived a good life. I took care of myself. And now I got something in the tank. I'm not on E. And if you burn yourself out, let me tell you, do what you want. It's all in your head. But when you had trained to failure, pretend you didn't hear it. Because it doesn't.
See, this is the video. This here is the video where Jim Arrington actually won at age 91, so.
Are open masters 90 and over. This next gentleman is 91 years old. Please welcome to the stage.
Yes, Leroy worked for Weeder in his warehouse, loading up, and then he started his chain of health food stores. Actually, Weeder helped him out a bunch. But, afterwards he had to retire because he simply couldn't run that store anymore, So a lot of times Mr. Yorkie Lover, he helped out with Leroy in terms of his social media, doing YouTube in order to get some extra money in because, when you retire, you're not going to have much money coming in and Social Security isn't going to really do anything. But Joe Weeder really helped him out. Leroy Colbert was one of Joe Weeder's favorite employees, actually. And like I said, he helped him get a start in his health food stores.
Number 23, James Arrington.
Yeah, but that's what Leroy was talking about. Like I said, and the thing about it is, for 91 years old, he looks awesome, think he's 91 years old, folks. But just so you know, folks, Jim Arrington is actually an IFBB pro. This is his contest history. And he started in 1978, and he was already in his 40s. So as you can tell, once he won this show here, the Master Nationals, and then won it again at 80, you notice that he became an IFBB pro. So he's, it's a thing to where it's never too late, but He did it for quite some time, and he kept grinding at it, and he finally got his pro card. So, yeah. That's why he competed. If you're wondering why he competed so long, it's just for that. Just for that. For the pro card. Seriously. It's a shame that Leroy wasn't around to see him win his pro card, but these things happen. I've never lifted with Greg Valentino before.
Disheveling. I took a shower. Okay, so fuck you. Training programs done from scratch. Trust me, they're just very fucking good. I have never had someone ask for a fucking refund. $60. I'm lowballing this. And hour-long consults for...
No, Leroy passed away in 2015. He didn't turn pro until like 2016 or 17.
60. Yeah, again. My weekly Adderall prescription used to cost like $8 to $11. And then, yeah. Sad. Also, I am not really in the position to formalize all of this right now, but moving forward, I'm willing to do monthly coaching, comprehensive training, nutrition, $150 every 4 weeks. Also, I just made a post, Instagram, Facebook, you may have seen it, whatever. See it, go read it, about caffeine dosing.
Yes, he was in Bloodsport. He was in the 80s, he was in most movies that Jean-Claude Van Damme was because they were best friends. They actually moved to the States together. They were roommates. So, yeah. They were also in the movie Breaking One, actually. Excuse me.
But I am so fucking dead. I'm breaking my own rule. I'm doing what I always do and getting the 300 on top of the 200. $4.42. Someone gave me a $20 bill yesterday, and then because of the system here, I had to put all of that on this. So that's it. I have no money. Also, it's shitty. My psychiatrist office is still very willing to work with me on the condition that I pay for everything up front. It's like, I am not able to do that, so I am very fucked. I don't know why I'm laughing. So, story time. I was once in an ER in Missoula, Montana. I had more or less just like fucking stumbled in because I had not slept in so fucking long. And I knew that the staff there were just really nice. So I end up fucking passed out on the floor in their like little psych wing, whatever. Attending physician came in, and a big part of quality of care with medicine is, in the next clip, a major determinant of quality of care really comes down to, do you vibe with whoever you're talking to? And this dude and I just... So, story time. So I end up fucking passed out on the floor in their like little psych wing, whatever. And the attending physician came in, and a big part of quality of care with medicine is, in the next clip, a major determinant
He doesn't have a meth problem.
of quality of care
really comes down to, do you vibe with whoever you're talking to? And this dude and I just shit clicked. He was friendly but really adept. I don't really recall the details of the conversation. Again, I was so fucking wiped. I mean, I didn't get off the floor the whole fucking time we're talking. Somehow the Adderall thing comes up, and he makes some comment that gave the impression that he was gonna like write me a prescription for it, which I had not asked for. So I'm like, you're giving me Adderall? And he's like, oh, I already put the order in. And I'm thinking, fucking God is acting through this dude right now. So he did that and wrote me a script. And as a rule, I mean, certainly nowadays, emergency department physicians just don't touch controlled substances unless someone comes in like having a seizure, obviously. But next clip. So he was, you know, he had the right to do what he was doing, but it was more than what a lot of people would do in his position. But he just gave me that dose and then wrote for that day. And he was pretty much like, I'm giving this to you in hopes that you can take it and go somewhere and sit down and be focused enough, like develop a plan of attack moving forward. I bring up all of this to say thank you to this person I'll never see, but also
It's definitely possible, Tim, if he went from powerlifting to doing a little bit of bodybuilding training. He looks like that because his body is developed as a powerlifter. But he has very bad genetics.
So, with stuff being so frenetic lately, that combined with an existing ADHD and depression, I continue to find myself very frustrated by lack of follow through on my part. God, terrible. Worst bloated face genetics of all time. And sadly, I am coming up on half of a gram of caffeine today, and it's before 10:30 a.m. And I could absolutely just
That's a lot of caffeine.
lie on this concrete floor and sleep right now if it weren't wildly socially inappropriate. So within, I guess, 3 hours of saying I was coming back to coaching, I have 3 people who have reached out. 1 person already paid, 1 person is about to pay. Like, actually earning money is fucking great.
What did that say?
God, I need to stop doing this shit on camera. Yeah. Honestly, just like fucking exhausted. Super fucking irritated. Yeah. Tough. Not a morning person. So at the risk of a needless update, I will be here for the day writing programs. So if you are a person who has paid for a program, yes, letting you know. Guys, I'm so thrilled. I was about to say Jesus is coming, look busy. concurrently attempting to win an award for most disheveled person alive and not die of stroke. So we're doing one of these delicious CINs. Yeah, and I need to brush my teeth. Add that to the list. This has theanine in it, which is a good thing.
I mean, at least he's writing programs. I mean, despite the thing about it is even someone in a mental state like Ian is, it doesn't mean that his brain is not functioning or anything like that. So he could probably write a decent workout program, but he does need to work on himself. So I only wish the best for him. He's a nice kid and everything. Hate to see someone like that. Well, it was a little more than that.
That's right.
He also talked about the sticky, jabby psycho. But I think someone had to turn him in for that. Either if you mention the C word, YouTube will crack down on it. So I think someone probably did report him, to be honest with you, Psycho, because it just seems kind of odd because he's given that medical advice for months and months. But folks, this is also why I've told you before that I don't give advice on cycles or anything like that. I can tell you that I took something, but I'm not going to tell you what I took and what dosages, just for that reason.
Last week we did Aunt Myrna's recipe with the coleslaw. Amazing. This week we're doing party cheese salad. When I saw her make this in Alabama, I was like,
what is up with that bright-ass yellow shirt, backwards hat, and well, anyway.
Goosh. I'm not sure about some of these ingredients, but then I tasted it, and it's like a dessert. It's really cool. So let's get this thing started. We're going to cook all this on the stove. Then we're going to pour it in this glass dish, which I've never used in my whole life. I think my mom gave me this, but I'm going to have a chance to use this. And then we're going to chill it. So it's going to be awesome. Let's get started right now.
Yeah, those things used to be sold in the 70s. They were quite popular, including the pots. The only problem is they broke a bunch. So
see this. I never would have put these ingredients together had it not been for Aunt Myrna. You got cream cheese, pimentos, Cool Whip, crushed nuts, any kind that you like. I'm using pecans, lemon, or you can use lime jello, celery, bell pepper, pineapple, and American cheese. Can you believe this? This is crazy.
And make our own. What's really cool about this has little legs, so it doesn't fall over while you're trying to put your eggs in there. 2 eggs, right? That's right. The guy wanted everything in his, remember? So we're going to do that. We're going to give him just what he asked for. 2 eggs. 1 tomato. Thing of cheese. Thing of ham.
At least he cooks better than Sean G.
And let's put in a little bit of onion. Put in some onion there. There and there. Okay? Look good? Close that up. Ooh. It's all there. Looks just like the video. Cool. Let's see if it does exactly like she did, okay? There's your breakfast right there. So I'm going to put it on. Okay, and she did it for 2 counts of 3. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And that's what she did. And that was it. So let's cook that up, and I'll bring it right back, and we'll take a look and see how it looks.
This isn't even done cooking inside yet. This has been hard to cook. I know I'm burning the bottom of this already, so I'm taking it out now. But I mean, it's not even fully cooked on the inside. It doesn't cook well. So I'm going to roll this out. I guarantee we've already burnt the outside. And look, it's runny on the inside and burnt on the outside. Look at that. Look at that. It doesn't even...
It's because you didn't cook it properly. If it's ever doing that, you're supposed to flip it, moron.
Cook well. Unbelievable. That's too bad.
Yes, whenever I was dieting for shows, I really depended on sugar-free Jell-O. The reason being is it gave me that, because, whenever you're dieting, you get that sweet tooth, and that really helps out.
Because it blends. You dunk it in. Probably going to overflow. I don't care. I got to dunk it in and go. All right, make sure you don't overflow it. There we go. Wow. That's crazy. That's a ton of batter in there.
You know, he could have put a plate under that, and then that way he wouldn't have taken, you know. Anytime I have something like that spilling over, I just simply put a plate under it so that way it catches it without ruining my counter.
Let's get it in there cooking. Get it to rotate a little bit. Oh, that didn't work. It's coming off the hot dog right now. First time ever, it didn't work well. And center it on the plate. There you go. All right, here we go. Now I have to warn you, once again, this is going to be rare.
I thought my cousin wasn't streaming tonight, but I guess he changed his mind. He was supposed to take 2 days off.
So, if you don't like rare, you might want to leave the room now. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Gorgeous. I know it's going to be beautiful. I just know it. Oh.
Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Y'all see this? Idiot.
Oh, nice and pink. The way I like it. I can hear the emails coming. Look at that. Oh my gosh.
The only thing that should be pink is pussy, you know. And he's not eating, but the problem is he's not eating pussy, he's eating burger. And burgers need to be cooked all the way.
Just take the bell off and put it on a bun. But anyway, there it is, right there. Let's give it a try. Well, there it is. It's gorgeous. Okay, before I try it, I just want to say thanks to Crown Blue Bison. Don't forget, when you cook bison, it's either rare or medium rare. You go to well done and forget it. It's going to toughen up. All right? So let's give this baby a try.
Well, he is right on that, but it shouldn't be raw. That's not rare, that's raw. Oh my God.
I took him down to the ground. I threw him down to the ground. Cut right into this. Look how juicy it is. Look at the pool of, look at that.
No seasoning, and it's, yeah, you can get sick off that.
That's great. This did a great job. That's a lot of juice. Didn't cook well right there, so I'm not going to eat that. See how that is? That's when you cut in and you test your meat. Shouldn't be red like that.
Will you just stick it into a microwave at the very least or something before eating that?
And I finally got her on the show because she has that Hispanic edge that I need on my show. And we're doing Lazy Man enchiladas.
Yes.
Awesome. And she
Very bad tan.
does this all the time for her Bible study. It's like the first thing to go. In fact, it's the only thing there, so it is the first thing to go. But they love it. So, but this was a moment I was choking him and screaming in his ears. Hot, 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 hot. All right, look at that. Came out beautiful. That came out perfect. The bottoms are dark. They're not burnt. That's just from all.
All right, folks, here's a little advice. If that is going to be the same color as I am, then you've burnt the motherfucker. You know, if he really wanted to match everything up, he should add some watermelon to it or I'm just messing with it. Oh, that is so self-imposing, but oh well. We're having mints, but yeah. If it's my color, then you've burnt it. I'm just keeping it real and telling it to you like it is.
The roast drippings that we used, and they're perfectly golden brown on top. And these would be like all on the side of sliced roast beef with gravy and vegetables. Okay, well there they are, nice and beautiful. All right, let's put in a piece of chicken and see how it works. Make sure your hands are clean, by the way. It's like really pasty.
Is that peanut butter?
Okay, so you dip your chicken in there. It's gonna be gummy, but when almost like it's smoked.
It's not even cooked. That thing should be able to pull apart without those Freddy Krueger claws. Moron.
I don't know how to use these. I mean, kind of like forks or what?
It's because you didn't cook it properly.
Well, here, let's try this. You just want to shred it. I should just use it in my KitchenAid. And these are okay.
I took him down to the ground. I threw him down to the ground. I took him down to the ground. I threw him down to the ground. I took him down to the ground. I threw him down to the ground.
Well, no wonder this one has 670,000 views. I mean, the guy has 589 subscribers, but when you have a video that has almost 500,000 views, then you know you got to be doing something right, or in his case, wrong. It's raw. Any type of stuff like that should pull apart just by your fingers. It should just fall apart. That ain't falling apart. Hello, Ben.
That's right. Last week we did.
All right, let's see what we got next.
Hey everyone, Shoe Nice again. A liquor vid to end all vids. You guys ready? Let's do this.
That's a stupid way of opening up a box.
We know what this is. Goes out of the screen, it don't matter. Can't buy this shit in New York.
Athens, I never blocked you. I don't block anyone. Unless you really screw something up, and then it's not a block for too long.
Oh boy. Very clear. Overconsumption may endanger your health. 190 proof, guys. I ain't playing games. On your mark, get set. Should I?
Is this motherfucker nuts? Oh my god. Is this guy even alive? Is he still alive?
I'm right. All right, people, I got to stand by.
I think you're done for the day. Is this guy still alive? How is he still alive?
Hey everyone.
How is he still alive? What a moron. Good mints. But what a moron. Jesus Christ.
This
is the stupidity of being a man worshiper. This is what I always talk about. The word fan is a negative. The word fan is not a positive. It's always going to be, and it always is better to be a supporter rather than a fan. A fan comes with being biased, delusional, emotional delusion. Last Sunday night was the Patriots versus the Dolphins. The Dolphins won the game. Slight controversial ending, what have you. But in the stands of this game,
there was no controversial ending. Should have just played better, you know. Never let the refs decide the game itself there. You need to play hard and you need to get ahead by points.
A Patriots fan, an older white male, and I ain't crying for no crackers. Hit the like button. I don't give a damn.
Well, that's not a nice thing to say about it. That wasn't very nice of him to say that.
Sometimes in life, you designed your ending. You designed your downfall. Everything ain't sad. Everything ain't a tragedy. And I ain't crying for no crackers. Now, what happened was, in this Patriots-Dolphins game, there's a Patriots fan, older white man, and apparently he confronts a Dolphins fan. This Patriots fan upset at Mac Jones because Mac Jones is trash.
Well, I couldn't have Kevin Hart play it because he's too short, so I would say Damon Wayans. I know he's light-skinned, but I think he would be able to play me best.
Hit the like button. Belichick, whenever he wears a red hoodie, like Belichick's supposed to be in that same dingy gray hoodie, okay? This is my other channel, but Belichick is gray hoodie Lux. If you know, you know. So a gray hoodie Lux / Belichick, if he wears red, oh, they're losing. If you ever see Belichick in a bright red Patriots hoodie, oh, they're losing. I don't like him in blue. I don't like him in... He has to wear the gray hoodie or they're going to lose. If he wears a hoodie with the sleeves cut up or cut off, they're going to lose. It just seems to happen. Mac Jones is trash. I never saw it with him at Alabama. You know, one thing about these powerhouses in college.
By the way, folks, Tom Brady is not coming back. He has that 2-year agreement there. So he's locked in, essentially. You'll never see him play again.
Historically, Ohio State and Alabama.
Not only that, if he was going to be playing again, he would still technically be with Tampa Bay because he didn't finish his agreement.
Alabama historically never produced quality quarterbacks for the most part. Greg McElroy, ESPN, AJ McCarron. I'm disappointed in him. He should have been something in the NFL. You know, I believe he was the XFL MVP this past season. But this is about the NFL, son, not the Rock's league. Okay, The Rock couldn't make it, so he made his own league of people who couldn't make it. But I like the XFL. It was very entertaining. Some news for the XFL. I might as well put it here. That's what she said. Hit the like button. Share this video. Subscribe to the channel. XFL apparently is in negotiations with the USFL, a really failing league, to partner up, combine the leagues into one, which would be good because it makes no sense having multiple American minor league leagues. It makes no sense. So that's probably going to happen. The Rock has the money to bail them out, or buy them out, rather, I'm sure. But anywho, that's another story. So Mac Jones is playing terrible as usual. The Patriots, them Patriots fans, that week 1 when they brought Brady in, they were chanting for him, please, Tom, please, what is it, Thomas Patrick Edward Brady, please put the jersey on one more time to play, not just to wear. Please, Mac Jones is shit. Oh my God. Oh. But I don't know. I don't know. Belichick, he has to seriously consider. They got to call Tom Brady. Now Brady retires. I don't know if somehow the Buccaneers would still have his rights or first rights to him. I don't know. I assume not. But this Mac Jones is not working. I never understood why he went. I never understood his draft position. At Alabama, he was just a system quarterback with an all-star team. He wasn't Joe Burrow. He wasn't even Ken Dorsey level in college. Whatever numbers he may have had, that was inflated. He had an all-star team. Jalen Hurts, as I think you're seeing, like I said, Jalen Hurts is overrated. He's a system quarterback. And you're seeing that the Eagles have a lot of internal issues. Unless you're really following behind the scenes, you won't know. The Eagles have internal issues, okay? They don't respect the coach. Sirianni, they do not respect him, okay? There's issues happening with the Eagles. If you know, you know, but you probably don't. But, so this fan, he's losing his mind or lost his mind. The Patriots are no longer what they once were, which is obvious. And this Patriots fan, he aggressively confronts a Dolphins fan.
Well, that's not even been established as to who confronted who, you know. And it doesn't make a difference as far as the who confronts who. You're not supposed to fight in the stands, folks. You know, you're supposed to keep your seats, and that includes anyone.
This Dolphins fan was not having it. So apparently the story is the Dolphins the Dolphins fan gave a 2-piece and no biscuit to the Patriots fan, and with these 2 hits knocked the Patriots fan on his backside and he died. Now I'm not laughing at someone's death. I'm laughing at these are the consequences.
Well, sure sounds like you're laughing at someone's death. I wonder if we're kinfolk, since vegan gains like to laugh at people dying. I mean, I might be cousins with this guy, unfortunately.
Consequences of being an idolater. You're so into your team. I'm sorry. If your team wins or loses, are you getting paid? Do you own the team? Does it actually affect your life? No. But you're so emotional over your team. You're so emotional over a rival in the division's other fan. You get into a confrontation and this fan rightfully kills you. I ain't crying for no crackers. I hope he was cute.
Well, first off, there's a lot of camaraderie in sports. So, you know, it's more than just being a fan. It's more than just making money. I can understand the appeal of sports. You know, a lot of people that are into sports, they got friends that are into sports, and usually they come over people's houses and watch the game together, you know. There's nothing wrong with that. It's pretty much male bonding, you know.
Cuban.
In a non-homosexual type way, folks, by the way. Let me just add, just in case you guys are thinking it.
I hope the fan was smaller than Mike McDaniel. I hope the fan who gave him the 2-piece, I hope he was smaller than Mike McDaniel. I hope he had a vape pen on him. So a Patriots fan dies at the game. Once again, I'm not laughing at this person's death. I'm laughing at the stupidity. And let this be an example to all the other man worshippers. You get so emotional over teams and athletes and celebrities, you about to fight over them to someone who opposes your fandom? Great, and you'll see the consequences of that. Now, I mean, somebody should have hit Mac Jones like that. Maybe this was Mac Jones' father. I don't know. He's just terrible. He's the definition of like white toast. He's just bland. He doesn't look confident. He doesn't look comfortable. I don't know why they felt like this was a good year. I don't know why they thought this was a.
Mac Jones is a little bit rusty. Once he acclimates and get used to the team itself, he should be fine.
Comfortable to have another year where he's the quarterback. They should have traded for Cooper Rush. They should have called Brady. They should have traded up in the first round.
Again, Brady is persona non grata. He has that contract as a sportscaster. Not only that, even if he decided to come back in the NFL, he'll be bound to the Tampa Bay Bucks, you know? This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Something. Now, I do know the quote-unquote Patriots way is they don't care about first-round picks. They'll trade down and get multiple third, fourth, fifth-round picks. Okay, that worked when you had all the big positions covered. You can trade away your first-round picks and second-round picks for later-round picks and mid-round picks in later years. You could do that when you have the best quarterback and you have Randy Moss and you have Bruschi and Harrison or Asante Samuel. You could do that when you have the major positions filled. You can't do that now. This is the time to take all them picks and trade up. Trade up. Now, clearly, this needs to be Mac Jones last year, and next year, the Patriots, they have to get a quarterback. I'm hearing that Shedeur Sanders is staying for his senior year, so which I think is smart. But they got to get a quarterback next year. Next year's draft is going to have a lot of quarterbacks. I don't think they're going to have a top pick as far as being horrible, but they're going to have to trade. They're going to have to trade up. They probably won't be in position to get the nail painter Williams from USC, but they got to get Drake May. They got to get hopefully not that ukulele guy. Oh, he's terrible. But they got to get a top quarterback in the draft next year. This is not working. It is not going to work. This is another 6, 7, 8 win season for the Patriots. You have Josh Allen, you have Thongman Rodgers, and you got Rattlehead Tudor.
Kaepernick's been keeping in shape for the past couple of years. But ultimately, I don't think anyone's going to let him back because he hasn't played for so many years. It is what it is there.
Tula, Twiddles, whatever.
Honestly, I don't think things should have went down the way it should have went down. People have protested in sports for years. I just think it's a different country, you know. Everyone seems to be acting like they're in the funny pages these days. But Kaepernick, there's no way he can come back in the middle of a season. I mean, let's say you put Kaepernick on the field. I mean, he would only be able to run a couple of basic running plays, you know, the very first game. He wouldn't know the Patriots playbook whatsoever. He wouldn't know the signaling or anything. So for the most part, if he was to come back, you would mostly see running plays. And the rivals would actually see that. I think Kaepernick could still play, but, you know. Let's see. Vince Goldrum with a $3 donation. Did your cuz get rid of his gym equipment? No, he moved all of his live stream equipment into another room, actually. But I think he still has all his gym equipment in his living room. He just moved everything, which, by the way, probably makes things a whole lot more crowded. But again, thanks for the donation. I wonder why this thing didn't sound off for. But we can do this instead. You always take good care of me, so we'll do this. What the heck? That's odd. It's not working at all. I'll have to check that out. But again, thanks for the donation.
Whatever his name is, and you have Mac Jones. Like, come on, man. Like right now, it could be a serious debate. Who would you rather have, Mac Jones or Zach Wilson? They're both trash. But at least Zach Wilson, he has more around him. The Patriots, the whole look. This is gonna be this could be a whole nother video. I think Belichick doesn't have it in him for a rebuild. And the Patriot way is over. The era is over. The whole Patriots dominant era is over. They're not about to get back there. It's over. You have to rebuild. I think it's time. Belichick retire. You have nothing left to prove. Robert Kraft, I don't know how he still has his team. All the foul things he's done. If you know, you know. All the shiesty moves he's done. Oh, hit the like button. And you know, the Patriot way was, you know, we don't need, you know, superstars and positions, and we don't need first round picks, and we don't need to go out and win in free agency. Okay, that don't work no more. Every year the Patriots are just, let's get random receivers and random players and random positions, and if you're a good player, we let you go. Okay, that don't work. It's over. That era don't work. They have to go out and get the right players. They have to go out and do things. It's not working.
I think I've had enough of that guy. Yeah, for some reason or other, my notifications are not going off. That is quite odd. Hang tight, folks. Let me see what's going on.
This is a test donation for $24.
That is very odd. I got it fixed now, so, yeah. Lovely. Hopefully it stays that way, but we're making a couple of changes, and you already know about that, Vince Goldrum, as far as what changes we're making tomorrow. So, like I said, folks, we're gonna have a supplemental live stream tomorrow. Let me make sure. Yep. All right, let's see what we got here.
I was completely embarrassed to look at that. Okay, guys, so this is the month of August. A lot of you had a lot of questions. Why are you doing comfort food when you don't normally eat comfort food?
Horrible fashion.
Because you guys do. The times have been tough. The world's gone crazy. Comfort food is exactly that. There's a lot of suicides are up and anxieties, medications up. So I want to add in my shop creamy, juicy, wonderful. All you can taste is the flowing of cheese in your mouth. So anyway, I got enough cheese in this. I'm not looking to bake a block of cheese. So
That's a lie.
like the top's dense. The inside's creamy and wet.
Folks, let me remind you, if you guys want me to watch a specific video, you need to post it in the community chat. Just don't yell it out on the regular chat. Just put it in the community comments like everyone else is doing.
Who would have thought you could have both? Hey guys, do not do whatever two cheeses you like. Monterey, cheddar, whatever. There's some things we're going to do. We're going to brown our meat and the onions. You're going to mix your ricotta and your pasta sauce. I've already mixed the sauce with the ricotta cheese. It's all good. So we're going to take that and we're going to put a little bit on the bottom of the pan. I do about.
Hey, Pugman, what's up? It's because I have the mic down, so I'm going to turn it up a bit. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. That thing is not signaling there. But hope you're doing well. Yeah.
3 spoonfuls. Alright, now let's do. We're gonna Do it sideways. There we go. These are our noodles. All right, now we're gonna take some sauce, put on the noodles. We'll warm this all. The noodles will cook on their own in the oven because they're oven ready. Wait for the cheese to be.
Where does he get these fucking recipes from? I mean, I wouldn't even call it recipes. They're more like laboratory experiments.
All melty and.
I mean, literally, who came up with this idea? Dr. Fauci or something?
Golden brown and.
Later.
I never claimed to be an artist in the kitchen, but I can guarantee it's gonna be darn good. It don't look good. It ain't my best work. I could have spent a lot more time leveling things out, chopping the meat up.
Run for your lives, everyone! It's the appetizer!
Oh well. We keep trying to perfect this. And I have to tell you, oh my goodness.
That is disgusting! Ew!
Perfected it. I don't know where to start. A lot going on here. Today we're doing that.
He has Wagyu beef and he's about to fuck this up. You got Wagyu beef, not the Japanese A5 Wagyu, but still yet American Wagyu. So you got this expensive meat and you're going to use this cheap ass ketchup and all this other stuff. Oh, I can't wait until I see what this motherfucker does.
Comfort food, meatloaf. So here we go. We're going to put the meat in first. The meat, 2 eggs. I combined a lot of the seasonings together. And I forgot the seasoning, so I got to throw that in. I forgot to put a little ketchup in.
By the way, folks, the purpose of having Wagyu ground beef is simply to make burgers. You're not supposed to add anything to it. It's just supposed to be meat. Maybe a little salt, a little bit of pepper, but it's not used to make meatloaf. If you're going to make meatloaf, just use regular Angus beef at the most part, but don't use Wagyu. Not only that, Wagyu has a lot of fat in it, so it doesn't make for a good meatloaf to begin with.
Just squirt some ketchup for flavor into your mixture. This ketchup's mainly for the topping. Go ahead and mix some ketchup in. We're going to put this in the oven. There it is. 375 for 40 minutes, okay? So I'm looking at this and I'm staring at it thinking, it looks good, but I kind of wanted a little crispier, a little more broiled. So I'm going to put this under the broiler flame right now. A little crispier like I wanted it. Some dark spots started to show, so I pulled it out right away. And see how it goes. Here we go. So tangy, so tasty. It's got you can taste the onions, you can taste the garlic.
Dominator, man, stop. This food is already grossing me out. I don't need any extra stuff.
The meat's so good.
No. But this gives me time to test out the widgets. Let me see if this is working.
This is a test donation for $68.
We'll just move this up. One more time.
This is a test donation for $41.
Alright, that fixed it. Never seen that happen before. Okay, folks, let me show you guys something, okay? Let me highlight this. Every night, folks, in the community column here, You post your links to reaction videos for tonight's show. And this is everybody that's posted links. So if you want me to watch a video, folks, you got to put it here, okay? Right here in the community section. That's if you want me to watch a video for you. You don't have to put in a donation for me to watch a video, but we go in order. You know, because that's only fair to everyone else here. You know, I want to make sure that I give everyone equal and respectful time.
And there goes the boss of the operation, my father, Larry Wayne Petty Sr. Walking like he old. What's wrong with him? You're on camera. Say something.
Last night and night before, there was 3 women walking down the street that way. I saw them. I said, hey, you 3 women, why are y'all walking down the street that way? There's nothing down there. And they flew away. I said, oh, them was some birds.
What the hell?
You don't want to hear the tail end of the joke. Basically, he's calling those women pigeons. So, in Blackspreet, that's the same as calling them hoes. I'll be right back, folks. All right, folks. We got about an hour left, so get your React videos in if y'all want to put some money in the collection plate. That would be very appreciative. But we're going to go on to the next video. Let's see what we got here. A little
okay, so we at the mall, right? My son said something tickled me pink. I get out the car. Now, mind you, this is my son's car. Everybody see that? This motherfucker got the top down and the windows down. You know what the fuck he tells me? He said, lock the door. Nobody cares. Look at him walking away. Look at him. Hey, that's some bullshit.
I don't know what that was. I really don't. Okay. All right, next video. Oh, this one's a classic. Let's enlarge the screen. Whoops, not that one. I guess that's going to be the best I can do.
Trump is the best president ever.
All right.
They should give him off Twitter.
Yeah. Moo Cookie is your ex.
Oh, I'm not going to talk about Moo Cookie. That's not negotiable.
We'll cut that out. We'll cut that.
It's not negotiable.
You're not bald.
Non-negotiable. Not bald. Clear the shape.
You were the head stable master of the farm at Langley.
He's in Langley or Williamsburg?
No, it's like just a farm at Langley, not the FBI. Really.
No, it's not negotiable.
Oh, okay. Crap. You can bench press over 100 pounds.
That's not negotiable. Can I do 100?
You don't really.
Not allowed to wear wraps?
No.
It's not negotiable. Gotta wear wraps.
All right, cut it off.
Negotiable.
All right. Non-negotiable. Chad, cut it out. Do. All right. Since we're out of videos right now to watch, let's put some of my supplemental ones. My good longtime friend Bob Ciccarello.
Hey everybody, Bob Chick back with another edition of The Voice of Bodybuilding. I know it's been a minute, a couple of weeks actually, but I have been on the road. Part of the duties when you're the Voice of Bodybuilding, various shows around the world. Speaking of, bags are packed, literally right next to me because I'm getting ready to depart to Dubai for the Dubai Pro. Badr Bodai and his crew out in Kuwait.
Dubai. One of the places that I will never, and I do mean ever, go. I will not go to Dubai, Saudi Arabia, or any place like that. So, guys, if you guys ask me if I'm ever going to those places, no. They throw homosexuals off the building. I do not want to get thrown off of a building. It's too high up in that motherfucker, you know.
Wait. Oxygen Gym putting this one on once again. Great show last year, and I expect nothing less.
Let's see here. Oh, I had actually paused it for a second, Pugman. Hold on a minute. Let's see what we got here. No, that's an order that came in. Hang tight. Here, let's see. Hold on a minute. Let's see. Yeah, it's actually still streaming there, Pugman. Of course, we got that thing we got tomorrow, though, so you know what I'm talking about, so.
Less this year, of course. So, some traveling overseas. That's going to go to JFK, and then over to Kuwait, then over to Dubai. So, it's about 21 hours of traveling. So, getting amped up here with my Celsius. Appreciate it, boys. Another supply coming in. Speaking of new stuff coming in, Panada update for all those that have been asking me. We've secured a new deal with Panada. That means another 6 pieces of equipment coming in. So we're going to have a total of 16 pieces of Panada coming here to the home gym. When I return, I'll give you guys the update. We're working on the ceiling now. Mirrors are in, walls are painted, and we've got lots of new stuff coming. That means lots of training videos. Also going to be heading out to Italy in October because I'm going to be doing the voiceover for the brand new Panada video series. That's going to be explaining all the equipment. What do you think of that, Ace? You can see how much Ace is excited. Okay, dog equipment. That's what we need. So, let me bring you guys up to speed. Big shout out to Titan, also for those asking, and I apologize, this is my fault, not theirs. Everybody's been asking me about what the new Titan stack's going to be for me, the new protocol. I actually had the results before I even left the place, which was very cool. They're very quick on the draw for all those considering using Titan for all your HRT needs. That said, as soon as I return, I want to be able to put this in a video format that we can follow the progression to the Olympia. because we are just about there. I think we're coming down on 6 weeks to the Olympia. So tickets are already sold out, folks, for VIP. So you can still get regular tickets on Friday night available. Of course, that's at MrOlympia.com. So get them while they last, folks. It will be a sold out. And as always, history will be made on the Olympia stage. Speaking of, perfect segue right here. Regan Grimes, just this past week, avenged his loss to Nathan Diasha just a week before in Italy. And he comes out on top this time at the Europa. That was the show in Spain. We're getting down there, everybody. There's only...
I think Nathan actually had it, but still, a win is a win anyway, and it gets you to the Olympia. I'm not going to even talk about that, James. I've heard about it, but, I don't want to talk about something like that. I don't even want to comment on something like that, neither.
Only one qualifier left, if I'm not mistaken, and that, of course, is Chris Minnis' show in Reno, the Legion show. Great competition.
Hey, KCB, I'll go back and find that video that you posted, or if you want to post it again in the community chat, I can check that out too. I'm a person that sometimes misses these things. I'll also check and see if it was held for review as well.
Competition for anybody that's out in that area. Big expo, superhero theme. Chris does a great job. That's the Last Chance Saloon, man. If you remember last year, it was Regan and Sergio that came up short, no pun intended, against the Giant Killer Sean Clarides. He bested both of them to win the open division. Sean firmly back in the 212, of course. He's going to make his run at keeping that title. And Regan, I got to be honest, folks, I've been touting him for about 2 years.
Claride's going to keep that title. As long as he stays in the 212, he'll be fine. If he even decides to move up, he's going to get killed.
Now, but I was a little bit concerned at what we saw in Italy and in Spain. Personally, I'm just looking at pictures, okay? I wasn't there. You guys know how I am about that stuff. You got to be there in person. Yes, you do. Big difference in what you're looking at, okay? But from what I saw in my seat at home and on video, pictures that I've seen, I don't know. I think you could have flipped a coin either way. I didn't really have any problem with Regan winning. I wouldn't have any problem with Nathan winning either show. But here's the bottom line. We haven't seen Regan hit 100% yet.
Yeah, I thought Nathan had won it, but it's like Bob says, you have to be at the show or so forth.
Yeah.
Well, we'll still check it out, KCB. You one of my favorite people up here, so you're good on that.
He's going to have to get close. If he shows up at the Olympia, like you just saw him in Italy and or Spain, he's going to be fighting to get in the top 10. All right? That's a big departure because this is a kid I've got a lot of hope for, that I think he can be a future great, but he's got to bring that conditioning in, much like Samson Dauda. Great physique. But if you're at 90%, and that's what Samson was last year, you're in 6th place. It's the Olympia, folks, okay? This is it. Hadi Chupan, Brandon Curry, Nick Walker, Andrew Jacked. I mean, these guys, Hunter Labrada, Derek Lunsford. Listen, have anybody seen the videos of Derek Lunsford? Tell you what, man, Hadi's got his hands full. Derek Lunsford looks great. Samson looks great, big as a house. But you've got to bring that kind of conditioning, or you're going to be on the outside looking in. It's too tight at the top. So, Regan, I know you're working with Milos. I know you guys are kind of working with, bringing this 100%. Got to come in tighter, my brother. And Nathan, listen, you got to give hats off to Nathan, man. He's a smart bodybuilder. He picks the right shows, and I believe he notched his 10th win with that win in Italy. Just missed out on number 11 here in Spain. So good for you, Nathan. Nathan's going to be working into that second call-out, my guess. But I tell you what, man, he's an overachiever. This guy comes up when you ain't looking. So we're going to see what all this stuff brings as we move on and get into that all-important last month out from the Olympia. Can't wait. Speaking of new business, folks, okay, big shout-out today. Just this past week, I have inked a deal. Okay, I have come on as a partner to a company called ProFit Sports Solution. Big shout-out.
Okay, I think the rest of it is him promoting, but I think Nathan should have taken it, but it's like Bob said, you have to be at the show. It's just a win. If you notice, Geesham, even though I do more live streams, I don't do anything on the weekends. My weekends are reserved for myself. I may do a supplemental one on Saturday or Sunday. But I think I manage my live streams pretty well. I mean, I have specific times. I start at 8 and I end at midnight or at 1 o'clock, depending. So I never get exhausted from it. And not only that, it keeps my, by only having 2 major live streams and then 1 Q&A, it's important that I keep my material fresh and that I'm not, because then it goes to sort of like tunnel vision to where I'm just playing. It basically turns into me just playing a video and not me really commenting on it. So I think I've got it paired out right, because ultimately I only stream 10 hours a week, 4 hours today, 4 hours on Friday, and then 2 hours on Thursday. All of those are during the weekdays. And then I just have regular videos. Most of the videos I have on the weekend are pre-filmed already for Saturday and Sunday. So that way I have my weekends off. The only exception is when some latest news comes out, I will put a video up Saturday or Sunday. But for the most part, I pre-tape my videos for Saturday and Sunday. But I always like having my weekends off. All right, let me go and find yours, KCB. I'll give you that hookup. Hold on. But yeah, it's important, folks, to have a good work balance life. It's important, folks, to have a good work balance life. You can't just spend all of your time working, I mean, don't forget, I already have a business I already have to run as it stands, so I have to be meticulous on the time that I use. I have to make sure that it's not only effective, but it is a point to where, you guys know that I'm going to stream on Tuesdays and Fridays at 8 o'clock sharp, and I'm going to stream at 5 p.m. on Thursdays, so that way people know when I'm going to stream. It doesn't, I just don't pop out of nowhere, I like schedules. I'm a very scheduled person. Drunken Negro faces. That's probably why it was blocked.
While much of America celebrated Barack Obama's inauguration, one Greenwich Village baker marked the occasion with this controversial cookie. Drunken Negro faces. Drunken
I remember this back a long time ago. He got into a lot of trouble.
Negro face cookie.
5 p.m., James.
That's what Ted Kefalinos, the owner of the well-known Lafayette French pastry shop, calls his inaugural creation.
I make cookies that look like drunken Negro faces.
He said to me, would you like some drunken Negro heads to go with your coffee?
This woman was appalled by what Kefalinos said when she went into the bakery on Greenwich Street.
I didn't know what to say, and then he continued to say they're in honor of our new president. And as he walked away, he then continued on to say he's following the same path as Abraham Lincoln. He will get his.
She told her friend, who then went in and says the baker used even more objectionable language.
He's calling them drunken N-word cookies, which I don't even want to say.
You're sure he used the N-word when he described those cookies?
That's what he said to me. He said these cookies are in honor of our new president, who will get what's coming to him, just like...
This isn't base. This is just plain stupid. You're running a business, and you're going to do something as crazy as this?
Lincoln.
In Style magazine mentioned Lafayette Bakery as a celebrity favorite. Its cakes have reportedly been used on Sex and the City and in a Spike Lee film. As for his inaugural cookies, the baker says,
I call them drunken Negro heads. What's the problem with that?
And on Tuesday, he says he temporarily changed the name.
It was the inauguration, so I thought it would be cool to say it Obama heads.
Obama heads.
I just changed it for the day.
He denies using the N-word or wishing for President Obama the same fate as Lincoln. He says the two women were twisting his word.
Is this copyright for you?
Vince Goldrum with a $5 donation. Let's take a look and see. It's copyrighted, but we'll play it anyway. You know you're my dog, so we'll play it. I can play it live, but I'll definitely have to YouTube will just tell me just to edit it out, so I should be fine, especially for 7 seconds. But I got you on that. By the way, folks, this is Fist of the North Star. You are already dead. But again, thanks for the donation. I know we got a live stream tomorrow, and it's speaking of which, Pugman, it's up to you whether you wish for me to tell everybody what's going on tomorrow or not. If not, everyone will be surprised tomorrow. So, but I'll leave it up to you whether you wish for me to tell them today or I can let them know tomorrow. But hold on just a minute. Let's see. Drunken Negro. Let's get back to the Negro faces.
Lincoln, I think, was from Illinois, right? Right. Okay, so there you go. He was following the footsteps of Lincoln.
As for the cookies themselves, with the exaggerated features and the objectionable name,
Don't you think it's like promoting racism?
No.
Like to say drunken Negro? I mean, isn't that an unflattering portrait?
Drunken Negro face.
Gotcha. We'll surprise everyone tomorrow. So, folks, by the way, you got to thank Pugman for this. So, like I said, there'll be a special live stream tomorrow. But again, thank Pugman for what'll be happening tomorrow.
Cookie.
It just seems like you're singling out black people, making a cookie that has a very unflattering face on it with an unflattering name.
It's not unflattering.
It's not?
No, it's not.
Look at it.
I think it's a fun face.
he says the cookies are a caricature and a work of art. He says no one got upset about the dead geese bread he baked after the recent plane crash.
You don't think black people would like this portrayal of them on the cookie, do you?
Yeah, they did. They actually, I asked people who come here on a regular basis. I got both sides of the fence.
We bought one of the cookies for $3.50, took it outside the bakery on Greenwich Avenue, and sampled opinion.
Really?
Oh, I think it's horrible. Horrible. Oh my God, I can't believe that.
People always do things that are offensive to each other, but you know, you just gotta look at it and laugh and move on.
He didn't see anything wrong with it. He doesn't think it's unflattering.
I think there's something wrong with that. I mean, to me, that's just pure racism. I think so.
I've heard this guy spewing just discriminatory comments a lot, actually.
The bakery owner says he's not prejudiced.
My brother-in-law, he's Cuban. So, you know, I mean, you know, I like everybody, you know, as long as they buy.
It's kind of surprising right here in the village, which is so liberal, to have a drunken Negro face cookie. I mean, it's just...
No, it's not. It's an expression of freedom. For me, it's just a fun thing. That's all it was. And anybody who says anything else is basically should be ashamed of themselves.
No, we think the shame belongs to him. So into our Fox 5 Hall of Shame, we induct Ted Kefalinos, the owner of Lafayette French.
Yeah, this is a good way to kill your business. It really is. I mean, you're running a business, especially in the village. I mean, naturally, he apologized for the drunken stuff. But, you know, sometimes it's too little too late whenever you do things like that. All right, let's see what we got next. So, folks, I should let you guys know, when you do something like that, it has an after effect. That shop is no longer around, folks. It was seized by the U.S. Marshals, actually. They were evicted. So the thing about it is if he hadn't have done that, he would have been able to you would have been able to stay in business. But once you do that, it has after effects, especially when you're messing with the president of the United States. And the president, all he has to do is flick a switch saying, I don't like this person. Kill him. And what happens? The feds shut him down, over some eviction stuff, But let's see what we got next. Okay.
Hey, Ivy. I'm doing this video for you. Oh, we are going to have so much fun together when you and I are together. My mommy and I, my family and I will come and meet you at the airport. And your choice, so take you to your hotel or bring you back to my house. I mean, we'd be hanging around so much and sharing so many fondful memories. And I know a few good places in Charlottesville. I'll take you. I'll take you there. We'll get some good things to eat, and we'll hang out. We'll have so much fun. Well, let's have a good time together. I know a place that serves some great smoothies. Yeah, it's a cafe in Charlottesville. Good place. Serves good smoothies. And we can enjoy a movie in the theater or at home or watch a television rerun. Family Guy. Family Guy. Or I Love Lucy. Or I got the entire series of Gilligan's Island. And we can make some music together on Guitar Hero. You can sing. I got a microphone. I'm thinking about getting drums. Yeah. And I look forward to the eventuality of you and me having our sex time together. I'll do my best to pleasure you and keep you satisfied. Miss Fizz Ivy.
You couldn't satisfy a damn turtle. Jesus Christ.
For you.
At least he's wearing a sports coat. I can give him that, Dresses a lot better than most people, but that's only so far. Look at all the shit he has in the background.
Yes, for you. I know a number of good positions and massages. And I know a number of places we could walk around at. We can walk about the malls. We could walk about the UVA grounds. Good places where there's plenty of...
No, the hell it isn't, Pugman.
green and sunlight.
That's a type of guy that you put in an outhouse and you only feed him 2 meals a day.
Right. And we can walk the hermit crabs together. Talking about some like how you might walk your hermit crabs. Wonderful memories. So wonderful memories. We're gonna have lots of fun. I'll do my best. I'll do my best to keep you entertained, show you a good time when we're having a good time. And I promise I'll remain your good boy forever and for always. And my friends I've been talking to between on the internet and real life, my real friends, they can vouch for me on how good of a boy I have been. Being the good boy just for you, Ivy. I love you so much. I love you so much. Look at me smile. It's nice smile. 'Cause I love you, Ivy. I love you so much. I ran out of details. I don't know, I guess I'll sing you a song. It's a jolly holiday with Ivy. Ivy makes my heart so light. When the skies are gray and ordinary, Ivy makes the sunshine bright. Oh, happiness is blooming all around her. The daffodils are smiling at the dove. When ivy holds my hand, I feel so grand. My heart starts beating like a big brass band. It's a jolly holiday with ivy. No wonder that it's ivy that I love. You know something else? I should have thought of doing this before. You know, could put a more positive highlight for anybody who does background information. I should recreate something for MySpace or Facebook with all the positive highlights and all the true details that would not be somehow twisted in any erroneous way. I'll work on that. I will work on that. Because it's the honest truth from my head. From my head. I love you so much, Ivy. I love you. I love you. Talk to you later, sweetheart. And also to your authority policeman, I salute him with my Cub Scout salute that I have favored for so long.
You too old to be a goddamn Cub Scout. I don't know who this Ivory person is, but she probably belongs locked up in an outhouse and fed 2 times a day like he is. Eh, boy. I tell you, folks, these people. Yes, sir, indeedy do, these people. Alright, folks, we got 25 minutes left, so I'm going to go ahead and hit the soul poll. So if you got any questions for me, go ahead and ask them now. In the meantime, he was arrested for incest with his mom. I don't know how there can be lack of evidence. You know, you either fucked your mom or you didn't fuck your mom. You know, there should be enough evidence as it is. I've been training a lot more lately. My help desk sites now are AI controlled, so I don't have to be there specifically, so I can pretty much go where I want to go at this point in time. I have no idea what ghost politics are. I mean, I'll shave tomorrow. Because it's going to be Wednesday. All right, alert. The guy's 40. That's kind of sad. But it is what it is, and what it's going to be is what it's going to be. But, you know, this was back in the early days of YouTube where, you know, people didn't really understand YouTube, so they would just literally put anything out there possible. And some people, like that one, was unintentionally funny. So, that's the early days of YouTube, folks. Oh, you mean I'm always feel like somebody's watching me. No, I won't sing it. Ghost Politics is an old text who's been ripping off Alex Jones for years. How do you rip off Alex Jones? I'm just curious. be honest with you, Alex Jones is a goof. The problem with him is he spins all these conspiracy theories. When you have someone like that spins these types of conspiracy theories, it makes everyone stupid at that point, you know. Well, you'll get 3 out of 5, I guess. Yes, I witnessed plenty of it. I wouldn't call it cooking, per se. But what they would make is what's called burritos. What they would do is they would take meat, anytime they had any chicken or type substance, they would take that. They would take a bag of Fritos, and what they would do is they would sit and they would mush it around until it makes like a little corn burrito. They would get Fritos, actually. And they would make these corn chip burritos with it. So it didn't involve any actual cooking, but just these prison recipes to basically somewhat get something that they couldn't get on, that they can't obviously get in prison now that they're in prison now. So, yeah. Now, there's a big difference between the jails and the prisons. In jail, there's not going to be any plugs, but prisons, you know, they're already given access to electricity and stuff like that. They got outlets and everything, as long as they behave properly. So, you know, they can actually do some legitimate cooking, you know. Well, the Misfits aren't gone. They're just broken up right now. It's sort of like the Beatles. You know, even the Beatles broke up, but I see them getting back together. Well, of course, I mean, you know, you can always get stuff from the canteen to keep fat. So, I mean, if you had money for the canteen, that's the case. But you know, naturally, most inmates, whenever they went in, they came out actually in a lot better shape than they came in. You know, a lot of them come out pretty ripped because they don't really have anything else to do, you know. I only remember one shot caller, and that was old Gravedigger. People tend to stay away from him. I think it'll take more than that, actually. There needs to be a level of apologies that should go around in order for them to get back together. That's how that, unfortunately, is going to play out. Yeah, you meet plenty of them. There was a pastor that was in Did I ever tell you guys? I don't think I ever told you guys this story. There was a pastor that was stuck in B block, and I checked his record. He was in there for an entire year for failure to pay child support, which I found was unusual. For starters, it's a 1 year for that, and 2, also a pastor. So I went and asked him, basically, the judge made an example of him for some reason. He missed his payment from the amount of money that he paid. He was off by like $2. And because he was off by $2, he had to do a year's time for child support, which I didn't believe him at first, but when I looked at the actual records, it was right. The judge just made an example of him, and this is the type of judicial bullshit that, maybe it was an election season or something like that, but you don't do that type of stuff to people. Because here's the thing, if someone's in jail for a year, that means there's no income coming in from that person. So it does a lot more harm than good. I have no clue why that judge did it for. Sometimes judges can be assholes. There was no reason to put that man in there for that long. But you're going to encounter, in my time, I encountered some pretty bad apples in the bunch, per se. And that's just, and I'm being very light about what I'm saying. I mean, there was a lot of bad apples there, unfortunately. That is possible, KCB. It was just a very horrible situation there. It's one of those situations where, why is this happening to that person for? But the only good thing that came out of it is it allowed him to minister to the people in there. So I guess God put him in that position just for that purpose, That's my whole opinion of it. I have no idea because I don't purchase weapons. The only thing I have is my pepper gun, and that's it. Which works just as well as any other weapon or so. Lenny's a big guy, so yeah, he would do pretty well in prison. Oh, I mean, gun laws here in the South are pretty lax. I mean, this is a conservative state, so it's pretty easy to get a gun around here. All right, folks, we got 14 minutes left, so get your questions in. If you want to put something in the donation pot, you certainly can as well. But we're going to close things out shortly. I absolutely hate apple cider. I just don't I don't really like the taste of it. What was my favorite gym and my least favorite? My favorite gym actually was the Gold's Gym on East North Street. You know, that was a pretty awesome gym. It had all Nautilus equipment. But the owner was a crackhead. I mean, he was really a crackhead, and he literally smoked up his gym. To where one day I try to walk in and the place is all shut down. I didn't even get my equipment out, you know, and stuff. It was all locked in. I never got my stuff back that I had in my locker. That was my favorite gym. The least favorite, there was this 24-hour fitness that I worked out for a few days in. Place was just horrible. It had a bad odor. And of course, any Planet Fitness is going to be shit anyway. What was the lowest carbs I was on? 0. Full ketogenic. 0. When I say 0, I mean 0. Well, things are what they are, you know. There's nothing really you can do about it, you know, to be honest with you. You gotta know when to roll. Excuse me. Let me do the Kenny Rogers. You gotta know when to hold 'em, when to fold 'em. Oh yeah, I was extremely exhausted on keto. It was brutal, but, you know, you got to do what you got to do whenever you're competing. But yeah, that diet was quite brutal. But that's the way it is sometimes, you know. It really is. Yeah, there's people that play the race cards, but I don't want you to speak for every black person whatsoever. I think the media overhypes a lot of situations. The media likes playing into stereotypes, even for white people. And then that, because their object and goal is to get more people to, you know, watch their show. So they'll create stereotypes. They'll make up things like murder hornets and stuff and killer bees and killer sharks and stuff like that, and killer bears. You know, a bear tears another person up, and then they go into a whole story as far as to how dangerous bears are, to the point to where, okay, you may be walking down the road, going to the grocery store, and you might run into a fucking grizzly bear. You know, it's pretty much like that. The media likes playing everyone. That's why I tell you guys, you know, stay away. I mean, if you're going to watch Fox News, CNN, NBC, I don't watch any of these channels, by the way. I don't watch any of that, you know. I save a lot of money not having cable, but also save a lot of money from having that bullshit in my life. But if you are going to watch these channels, just take it in tiny doses. I would say watch it for maybe 30 minutes and then just cut it off, you know. Janoy's not going to be back. Like I spoke to him a couple days ago. He's doing fine, actually, folks. I mean, things are what they are. You know, you can't really. There's not much you can do as far as that situation's concerned, other than just move on. You know. But Genova's not going to be back. I mean, I'm just going to be blunt with you. He's not coming back. Hey, McFadden, hope you're doing well. You got here when we're about to close out the show in about 8 minutes, but if you want to ask me any questions, feel free to do so. Let's get a little music playing here, so... Maybe not that one. But yeah, I'll be honest with you folks, there's no chance of Janoy's coming back. Unless John Bravo manages to trick him again into doing a video. Which I've already told John Bravo not to do that anymore, because he got him in a lot of trouble. I mean, a lot of trouble for what he did. He removed himself, but not by choice, folks. Not by choice at all. How long did I stay on Cato? The entirety of, well, you still have to cycle it, you know. But I stayed on it for 6 days, went off and for 1 day, although all I had was like 2 bowls of oatmeal. And I did that constantly for 12 weeks. It was horrible. To say the least, it was horrible. But it did the trick. I mean, the ALR supplements were meant for me to get through such a harsh diet like that. Could I do it today? Not without ALR supplements. The ALR supplements I was taking, it was designed to allow me to stay on such a very harsh ketogenic diet. Sure did make my heart beat very high too, so. Some good tunes. I'm going to put some new ones up pretty soon. A lot of bodybuilders will do that diet. They'll do the ketogenic. That's what Dave Palumbo promotes. That's where that macadamia nut oil comes from. Did anyone ever figure out what the fuck was in the original Avent Lads? DNP. That's what was in it. I don't have Louis Marco's phone number. I think I've only messaged him one time about something like 2 years ago, and that was it. Other than that, he's not someone I talk to. It's not because I don't like him, it's just that, you know, I just don't generally have a conversation with, you know. There's just so many people in this industry of bodybuilding that you can't commonly speak to everyone, you know. I mean, I speak to Ron Harris a bunch. I speak to, obviously, John Bravo. I speak to Ciccarello occasionally, although he's been traveling a bunch, you know. But you just can't keep up with everybody, you know. Really can't. It's just hard to do. He's still putting stuff up on his Instagram, so seems to be doing fine to me. No, not that, Johnny Bravo. Any thoughts on cooking with ghee? I mean, that's a perfect thing to cook with on a ketogenic diet. It's a very clear, clarified butter. I mean, I've made a lot of good Indian recipes with ghee. Yes, the carb reloads always gives you some awesome energy. And I mean, you gobble it up since you've been in that carb deficit. Jay Masters used to have the makings of a varsity athlete. Used to. I think one day he'll get himself back in shape. Well, I would love to challenge you, Dom, to a fight, but it is 12 o'clock midnight. That is the end of Earl Grey Tuesday. I want to thank Vince Goldrum for donating. You always take good care of me. I want to thank everybody else for joining me. Tune in tomorrow. There will be a live stream. It is to be announced. And I'll put it up there. It's going to be to be announced, so I don't know what time it's going to be. It's just when everything is all set there. So, good surprise, folks. So again, folks, thanks for joining me tonight. And if you're not going to be here tomorrow, just remember, don't take life too seriously. And once again, the Great One is signing out. The VINCE is signing out. And as always, peace and soul.